This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Good evening and welcome to Monday Night Playhouse. I'm Damiano Pietropaolo and I am here at the Royal George Theatre in Niagara-on-the-Lake, home of the Shaw Festival. I'm here with Artistic Director Jackie Maxwell for the fourth of this season's Bell Canada reading series. Hello, Jackie.
Hi, Damiano.
I gather we're waiting for the appearance of a very special guest.
Oh, we are indeed. And he's somewhat late, I fear.
You have a full house waiting for him. I hope he's not far away.
Well, Gilbert Keith Chesterton was never known for his predictability.
Ah, yes. GKC, friend and foe of Mr. Bernard Shaw himself.
Very much. Mr. Chesterton was an icon all to himself. A giant, really, in modern literature.
Mm-hmm.
He was an essayist, critic, poet, novelist, social commentator, extremely controversial, like his pal Bernard Shaw, and very, very funny.
And will he be reading from his own works?
Oh, yes, ably assisted by one of our veteran actors, Mr. Neil Barclay, and it was all put together by Mr. Tony Van Bridge.
One of the Shaw Festival's most revered and senior actors.
Yes, with his own history and contribution to Canadian theatre that is a story in itself.
And maybe destined for radio, too.
Oh, that would be nice.
He really is quite late.
I'm wondering if... wait, I think...
I must apologize for being late. But since I had to give up my seat on the bus to two ladies, I decided to walk. Now, I am firmly of the opinion that I was born on the 29th of May, 1874, on Camden Hill, Kensington, and baptized in the little church of St. George opposite the large waterworks tower that dominates that ridge. I indignantly deny that the church was chosen because it needed the whole water power of West London to turn me into a Christian. The very first thing I can ever remember seeing with my own eyes was a young man walking across a bridge. He had a curly moustache and an attitude of confidence verging on swagger. He carried in his hand a disproportionately large key of a shining yellow metal, and wore a large golden or gilded crown. The bridge he was crossing on sprang on the one side from the edge of a highly perilous mountain chasm, and at the other end it joined the upper part of the tower of an almost excessively castellated castle. In the castle tower there was one window, out of which a young lady was looking. I cannot remember in the least what she looked like, but I will do battle with anyone who denies her superlative good looks. To those who may object that such a scene is rare in the home life of house agents living immediately to the north of Kensington High Street, I shall be compelled to admit not that the scene was unreal, but that I saw it through a window much more wonderful than the window in the tower. I saw it through the proscenium arch of a toy theatre constructed by my father, and that the young man in the crown was about 6 inches high, and proved on investigation to be made of cardboard. I have no shadow of recollection of what the young man was doing on the bridge, or of what he proposed to do with the key, though a later and wearier knowledge of literature and legend hints to me that he was not improbably going to release the lady from captivity. All the rest is gone. Scenes, subject, story, characters. But that one scene glows in my memory like a glimpse of some incredible paradise. And for all I know, I shall still remember it when all other memory is gone out of my mind. Early impressions count considerably in life. All my life I have loved edges and the boundary lines that bring one thing sharply against another, prosceniums and frames, limits. And I will maintain that the largest wilderness looks larger seen through a window. I've said that the toy theatre was made by my father. It is therefore to him that I owe So much for this first picture of life. My father was the head of a hereditary business of house agents and surveyors, which had already been established for some 3 generations in Kensington. My people belonged to that rather old-fashioned English middle class. And one peculiarity of this middle class was that it really was a class, and it really was in the middle. Both for good and evil, and certainly often to excess. It was separated both from the class above it and the class below. It knew far too little of the working classes, to the grave peril of a later generation. It knew far too little even of its own servants. There was a sort of silence and embarrassment between them. A lady of my family went to live in a friend's house during the friend's absence, to be waited on by a sort of superior servant. Now, the lady had got it fixed in her head that the servant cooked her own meals separately, whereas the servant was equally fixed on the policy of eating what was left over from the lady's meals. Now, the servant sent up for breakfast, say, 5 rashers of bacon, which was more than the lady wanted. But the lady had another fixed freak of conscience common in the ladies of the period. She thought that nothing should be wasted, and could not see that even a thing consumed is wasted if not wanted. She ate the 5 rashers. The servant consequently sent up 7 rashers. The lady paled a little, but followed the path of duty and ate them all. The servant, beginning to feel that she too would like a little breakfast, sent up 9 or 10 rashers. The lady, rallying all her powers, charged at them with her head down and swept them from the field. And so I suppose it went on, owing to the polite silence between the 2 social classes. I dare not think how it ended. The logical conclusion would seem to be that the servant starved and the lady burst. There's been frequent calls to refer to my size. On the occasion, for instance, of one of my many encounters with my good friend Mr. George Bernard Shaw, he prodded a finger into this ample and now notorious part of my anatomy and said, "What are you going to call it?" I said, well, if it's a girl, I shall call it Elizabeth. If it's a boy, I shall call it Gilbert Keith. But if it's just wind, I shall call it George Bernard Shaw. And on a similar occasion, I patted Shaw on his non-existent tummy and said, "I see there's been a famine." And he patted me back and said, "Yes, and we can see why, can't we?" But to return to my beginnings, the old middle class really was an educated class. It attached rather too much importance to spelling correctly. It attached enormous importance to speaking correctly, and it did spell and speak correctly. There was a whole world in which nobody was more likely to drop an H than to pick up a title. And this care about education and diction, though I can see much to criticize in it now, did have its good side. It meant my father knew all his English literature backwards, and that I knew a great deal of it by heart long before I could get it into my head. I knew pages of Shakespeare's blank verse without a notion of the meaning of most of it, which is perhaps the right way to begin to appreciate verse. And it's also recorded of me that at the age of 6 or 7 I walked down the street, excitedly reciting the words, "Good Hamlet, cast this nighted colour off, and let thine eye look like a friend on Denmark. Do not forever with thy veiled lids seek for thy noble father in the dust." At which appropriate moment I tripped and pitched forward on my nose. I used to say that the account of my own life ought to consist of a series of short stories like those of Sherlock Holmes. Only his were astonishing examples of observation and mine astonishing examples of lack of observation. The tale is told that I once sent a telegram to my wife in London which read, "Am in Market Harborough. Where ought I to be?" I cannot remember whether this story is true, but it's not unlikely, or I think unreasonable. Perhaps it it would be the exaggeration of eulogy to call me a tidy person. But I can always pretty satisfactorily account for all my possessions. I can always tell where they are and what I've done with them, so long as I can keep them out of my pockets. If once anything slips into these unknown abysses, I wave it a sad Virgilian farewell. The same presumption applies to the things I dropped into the sea. They tell us that on the last day the sea will give up its dead, and I suppose that on that same occasion long strings of extraordinary things will come running out of my pockets. But I've forgotten what any of them are. A railway ticket. 3rd class, Oxford to London. I'm going to tell you a story. I will not say that this story is true, because as you will soon see, it is all truth and no story. It has no explanation and no conclusion. It is, like most of the other things we encounter in life, a fragment of something else which would be intensely exciting if it were not too large to be seen. My experience was a fragment of this nature, and it is at any rate not fictitious. Not only am I not making up the incidents, what there were of them, but I'm not making up the atmosphere or the landscape, which were the whole horror of the thing. I remember them vividly, and they were truly as I shall now describe. About noon of an ashen autumn day some years ago, I was standing outside the station at Oxford, intending to take the train to London. And for some reason, out of idleness, or the emptiness of my mind, or the emptiness of the pale grey sky, or the cold, a kind of caprice fell upon me that I would not go by that train at all, but would step out on the road and walk at least part of the way to London. Now, I do not know if other people are made like me in this matter, but for me, it's always dreary weather that stings into life a sense of action and romance. On bright blue days, I do not want anything to happen. The world is complete and beautiful, a thing for contemplation. But when the background of a man's life is a grey background, then I desire to paint on it in fire and gore. So the monotonous weather seemed to render unbearable the use of the monotonous train, and I set out into the country lanes out of the town of Oxford. When I had walked for some hours, the evening was closing in. A sickly sunset clung to the horizon, as if pale with reluctance to leave the world in the dark. And as it faded more and more, the skies seemed to come closer and to threaten. The clouds, which had been merely sullen, became swollen. And then they loosened and let down the dark curtains of the rain. The rain was blinding and seemed to beat like blows from an enemy at close quarters. The skies seemed to be bending over and bawling in my ears. I walked on many more miles before I met a man. In that distance, my mind had been made up, and when I met him, I asked him if anywhere in the neighbourhood I could pick up the train for London. He directed me to a small, silent station which stood well away from the road and looked as lonely as a hut on the Andes. I do not think I have ever seen such a thing as that station. It looked as if it had been raining there since the creation of the world. The water streamed from the soaking wood of it as if it were not water at all, but some loathsome liquid corruption of the wood itself, as if the solid station were eternally falling to pieces and pouring away in filth. It took me nearly 10 minutes to find a man in the station. When I did, he was a dull one. And when I asked him if there was a train to London, his answer was sleepy and vague. But as far as I could understand him, he said there would be a train in about half an hour. I sat down and lit a cigar and waited, watching the last tail of the tattered sunset and listening to the everlasting rain. It may have been in half an hour or less that a train came rather slowly into the station. It was an unnaturally dark train. I could not see a light anywhere in the long black body of it, and I could not see any guard, so I was reduced to walking up to the engine and calling out to the stoker to ask if the train was going to London. "Well, yes, sir," he said with an unaccountable kind of reluctance. "It's going to London, but..." And even as he spoke, it was just starting, and I jumped into the first carriage. It was pitch dark. I sat there, smoking and wondering, as we steamed through the continually darkening landscape lined with desolate poplars, until he slowed down and stopped irrationally in the middle of a field. I heard a heavy noise, as if someone clambering off the train, and a dark, ragged head suddenly put itself in the window. "Excuse me, sir," said the stoker, "but I think perhaps you ought to know there's a dead man in this train." I regret to say I expressed myself politely but firmly to the effect that I didn't care so much as long as the train took me to London. But when it had started again with its unknown burden, I did do one thing, and that quite instinctively, without stopping to think. I threw away my cigar, something that is as old as man and has to do with all mourning and ceremonial, told me to do it. There was something unnecessarily horrible, it seemed to me, in the idea of there being only two men in that train, one of them dead and the other smoking a cigar. And as the red and gold of the butt end of it faded like a funeral torch trampled out at some symbolic moment of a procession, I realized the origin and essence of all ritual. That in the presence of these sacred riddles, about which we can say nothing, it is often more decent merely to do something. And I realize that ritual will always mean throwing away something, destroying our corn or wine upon the altar of the gods. When the train panted at last into Paddington Station, I sprang out of it with a newly released curiosity. There was a barrier of officials guarding the rear part of the train. No one was allowed to press towards it. They were guarding and hiding something. Perhaps death in some too shocking form, so mixed up with human mystery and wickedness that the law had to give it a sort of sanctity. I went out gladly enough into the streets and saw the lamps shining on the laughing faces. Nor have I ever known, from that day to this, what strange story I had wandered into, or what frightful thing was my companion in the dark. One day, as I was leaving London for a holiday, a friend walked into my flat in Battersea and found me surrounded with half-packed luggage. "You seem to be off on your travels," he said. "Where are you going?" "To Battersea," I replied. "The wit of your remark escapes me," he said. "I am going to Battersea," I repeated, "via Paris, Heidelberg, and Frankfurt." My remark contained no wit, it contained simple truth. I am going to wander over the whole world until once more I find Battersea. Somewhere in the seas of sunset or of sunrise, somewhere in the ancient archipelago of the earth, there is one little island which I wish to find, an island of low green hills and great white cliffs. Travellers tell me that it is called England. Scottish travellers tell me that it is called Britain. And there is a rumour that somewhere in the heart of it there is a beautiful place called Battersea. "I suppose it's unnecessary to tell you that this is Battersea," said my friend with an air of intellectual compassion. "It's quite unnecessary," I said, "and it is spiritually untrue. I cannot see any Battersea here. I cannot see any London or any England. I cannot see that door. I cannot see that chair, because a cloud of sleep and custom has come across my eyes. The only way to go back to them is to go somewhere else. The whole object of travel is not to set foot in foreign lands. It is at last to set foot on one's own country as a foreign land. The only way to go to England is to go away from it." And when after only a month's travelling I did come back to England, I was startled to find that I had told the exact truth. England did break upon me, at once beautifully new and beautifully old. A poem by me. Before the Roman came to Rye, or out to Severn strode, The rolling English drunkard made the rolling English road. A reeling road, a rolling road that rambles round the shire, and after him the parson ran, the sexton and the squire. A merry road, a mazy road, and such as we did tread, the night we went to Birmingham by way of Beachy Head. I knew no harm of Bonaparte and plenty of the squire, and for to fight the Frenchmen I did not much desire. But I did bash their bagonets, because they came arrayed to straighten out the crooked road an English drunkard made, where you and I went down the lane with ale mugs in our hands, the night we went to Glastonbury by way of Goodwin Sands. His sins, they were forgiven him, or why do flowers run behind him, and the hedges all strengthening in the sun? The wild thing went from left to right, and knew not which was which, but the wild rose was above him when they found him in the ditch. God pardon us, nor harden us, we did not see so clear, the night we went to Bannockburn by way of Brighton Pier. My friends, we will not go again, nor ape at ancient rage, or stretch the folly of our youth to be the shame of age, but walk with clearer eyes and ears this path that wandereth, and see undrugged in evening light the decent inn of death. For there is good news yet to hear, and fine things to be seen, before we go to paradise by way of Kensal Green. In the early days, it was my fate to wander over many parts of England, delivering what were politely called lectures. There was a considerable appetite for such bleak entertainment, especially in the north of England, and among certain active nonconformist centres, even in the suburbs of London. Oh, with the mention of bleakness, there comes back to me the memory of one particular chapel, lying in the last featureless wastes to the north of London, to which I actually had to make my way through a blinding snowstorm, which I enjoyed very much because I like snowstorms. I was exposed to the elements for nearly 2 hours, and by the time I arrived at the chapel, I must have roughly resembled the snowman the children make in the garden. I proceeded to lecture, God knows on what, and was about to resume my wintry journey when the worthy minister of the chapel, robustly rubbing his hands and slapping his chest and beaming at me with the rich hospitality of Father Christmas, said in a deep, hearty, fruity voice, "Come, Mr. Chesterton, it's a bitter cold night. Do let me offer you an arrowroot biscuit." I assured him gratefully that I felt no such craving. I confess that the thought of returning through the snow and freezing blast for 2 more hours with the glow of that one biscuit within me, and the arrowroot fire running through my veins, struck me as a little out of proportion. I fear it was with considerable pleasure that I crossed the road and entered a public house immediately opposite the chapel, under the very eyes of the nonconformist conscience. Oh, once I was nearly arrested by 2 excited policemen in Yorkshire. I was on holiday. I was engaged in that rich and intricate mass of pleasures which we disguise by the exoteric name of nothing. At the moment in question, I was throwing a big Swedish knife at a tree, practicing that useful trick by which in Stevenson's romances men murder each other. Suddenly, the forest was full of 2 policemen. They asked what the knife was, who I was, why I was throwing it, what my address was, trade, religion, opinion on the Japanese war, name a favourite cat, and so on. They also said I was damaging the tree, which was, I'm sorry to say, not true because I could not hit it. After some half hour's animated conversation, the exhibition of an envelope, an unfinished poem, which was read with great care, and I trust some profit, the elder of the 2 knights became convinced that I really was what I professed to be. That I was a journalist, that I was on the Daily News, that I lived in a particular place, that I was at present stopping with particular people in Yorkshire who happened to be wealthy and well known in the neighbourhood. The policeman acquitted me and let me pass. "But," I said, What of the mangled tree? It was to the rescue of that tree, once a giant of the forest, now splintered and laid low by the brute superiority of a Swedish knife, that you rushed like knights errant. The facts of which I have just convinced you, that my name is Chesterton, and that I am living with the well-known and philanthropic Mr. Blank of Ilkley, cannot have anything to do with the question of whether I have been guilty of cruelty to vegetables. I made the larger part of this speech to the empty wood, for the two policemen had vanished almost as quickly as they had come. It's very possible, of course, that they were elves. In that case, the somewhat illogical character of their view of crime, law, and personal responsibility would find a bright and elvish explanation. Perhaps if I had lingered in the glade till moonrise, I might have seen rings of tiny policemen dancing on the sward, or running about with glowworm lamps, arresting grasshoppers for damaging blades of grass. But taking the bolder hypothesis that they really were policemen, I found myself in a certain difficulty. I was certainly accused of something which was either an offence or was not. I was let off because it was proved I was a guest at a well-known house. The inference seems painfully clear. Either it is not a proof of infamy to throw a knife about in a lonely wood, or else it is a proof of innocence to know a rich man. Some time ago, while I was meditating upon morality, I was, so to speak, snatched up and put in a jury box to try people. I was put into this jury box because I lived in Battersea and my name began with the C. Looking round me, I saw that there were also summoned in attendance in the courts whole crowds and processions of men, all of whom lived in Battersea and all of whose names began with a C. It seems that they always summon jurymen in this sweeping alphabetical way. At one official blow, Battersea is denuded of all its C's and left to get on as best it can with the rest of the alphabet. We settle down with a rollicking ease in our seats, for we are a devil-may-care race, the C's of Battersea. And an oath was administered to us in an almost inaudible manner. We understood, however, that we were to well and truly try the case between our sovereign lord the king and the prisoner at the bar, neither of whom had as yet put in an appearance. Just as I was wondering whether the king and the prisoner were perhaps coming to an amicable understanding in some adjoining public house, the prisoner's head appeared above the barrier of the dock. He was accused of stealing bicycles and was the great image of a good friend of mine. We did well and truly try the case between the king and the prisoner, and we came to the conclusion that the king was in no way implicated. Then we passed on to a woman who had neglected her children, and who looked as if somebody or something had neglected her. Never have I stood so close to pain. And out of this came a curious realization of a political or social truth. I saw with an indescribable kind of clearness what a jury really is and why we must never let it go. The trend of our epoch has been consistently towards specialism and professionalism. We tend to have trained soldiers because they fight better, trained singers because they sing better, trained dancers because they dance better, and so on and so on. And the principle has been applied to law and politics. Now, one of the 4 or 5 paradoxes which should be taught to every infant prattling at his mother's knee is the following: that the more a man looks at a thing, the less he can see it. And the more a man learns a thing, the less he knows it. It is a terrible business to mark out a man for vengeance, but it is a thing to which a man can grow accustomed, as he can to other terrible things. The horrible thing about all legal officials, even the best, about all judges, magistrates, barristers, detectives, and policemen, is not that they're wicked. Some of them are quite good. Not that they're stupid. Several of them are quite intelligent. It's simply that they've got used to it. Strictly, they do not see the prisoner in the dock. All they see is the usual man in the usual place. They do not see their awful court of judgment. They see only their own workshop. Therefore, the instinct of Christian civilization has most wisely declared that into their judgments there shall upon every occasion be infused fresh blood and fresh thoughts from the streets. Men shall come in who can see the court and see the crowd, and the coarse faces of policemen and professional criminals, the wasted faces of the wastrels, the unreal faces of the gesticulating council, and see it all as one sees a new picture or a play hitherto unvisited. Our civilization has decided that determining the guilt and innocence of men is a thing too important to be trusted to trained men. It wishes for light upon that awful matter, so it asks men who know no more law than I know, but who can feel the things that I felt in that jury box. When it wants a library catalogued or a solar system discovered or any trifle of that kind, it uses up its specialists. But when it wishes anything done which is really serious, it collects 12 ordinary men. The same thing was done, if I remember correctly, by the founder of Christianity. Another poem. The Donkey. When fishes flew, and forests walked, and figs grew upon thorn, some moment when the moon was blood, then surely I was born. With monstrous head and sickening cry, and ears like errant wings, the devil's walking parody on all four-footed things. The tattered outlaw of the earth, of ancient crooked will, starve, scourge, deride me. I am dumb, I keep my secret still. Fools, for I also had my hour, one far fierce hour and sweet. There was a shout about my ears, and palms before my feet. When people ask me, or indeed anybody else, why did you join the Church of Rome? The first essential answer, if it is partly an elliptical answer, is to get rid of my sins. For there is no other religious system that does really profess to get rid of people's sins. It's confirmed by the logic, which to many seems startling, by which the Church deduces that sin confessed and adequately repented is actually abolished, and that the sinner does really begin again, as if he had never sinned. And this brought me sharply back to those visions of childhood, the indescribable and indestructible certitude in the soul that those first years of innocence were the beginning of something worthy, perhaps more worthy than any of the things that actually followed them. I spoke of the strange daylight, which was something more than the light of common day, that still seems in my memory to shine on those steep roads down from Camden Hill, from which one could see the Crystal Palace from afar. Well, when a Catholic comes from confession, he does truly, by definition, step out again into that dawn of his own beginning and look with new eyes across the world to a Crystal Palace that really is of crystal. He believes in the dim corner and in that brief ritual. God has really remade him in his own image. He's now a new experiment of the Creator. He's as much a new experiment as he was when he was 5 years old. He stands, as I said, in the white light at the worthy beginning of the life of a man. The accumulations of time can no longer terrify. He may be grey and gouty, but he is only 5 minutes old. I've sometimes been haunted with a vague story about a wild and fantastic uncle, the enemy of parents and the cause of revolution in the nurseries, who went about preaching a certain theory. I mean, the theory that all the objects which children use at Christmas for what we call riotous or illegitimate purposes were originally created for those purposes, and not for the humdrum household purposes which they now serve. For instance, we will suppose that the story begins with a pillow fight in a night nursery, and boys buffeting and bashing each other with those white and shapeless clubs. The uncle, who would be a professor of immense learning and even greater imagination and inventiveness, would proceed to make himself unpopular with parents and popular with children by proving that the pillow in prehistoric art is obviously designed to be a club. That the sham fight in the night nursery is actually more ancient and authoritative than the whole institution of beds and bedclothes. That in some innocent morning of the world, such cherubim warred on each other with such clouds, possibly made of white samite, mystic, wonderful, and stuffed with feathers from the angels' wings, and that it was only afterwards, when weariness fell upon the world and the young gods had grown tired of their godlike sports, that they slept with their heads upon these weapons. And so, by a gradual dislocation of the whole original purpose of a pillow, it came to be recognized as having its proper place on a bed. Any number of these legends could be launched with ease and grace and general gratification. It would be urged to eagerly assenting little boys that catapults are really older and more majestic than windows. Windows were merely targets set up for catapults, clear and fragile, that such archaic archers might be rewarded with a crash and sparkle of crystal. That it was only after the oppressive priesthood of the Middle Paleolithic had ruthlessly suppressed the catapult culture that people had gradually come to use the now useless glass targets for purposes of light and ventilation. Similarly, butter was originally used solely for the purpose of making butter slides in the paths of parents and guardians. And it was only by a late accident in the life of some prominent though prostrate citizen who happened to lick the pavement that its edible qualities were discovered. True, I cannot set forth here in any great detail any actual proofs of these prehistoric origins, but it seems to me we have as much right to imagine cheerful origins as, for instance, Dr. Freud has to imagine gloomy ones. And we beg to announce with the same authority that everything began with a celestial pillow fight of cherubs, and that the whole world was made entirely for the games of children. Mentioning an uncle is enough to recall even wider memories. One of my first is playing in the garden under the care of a girl with ropes of golden hair, to whom my mother called out from the house, "You are an angel," which I was disposed to accept without metaphor. She's now living in Vancouver as Mrs. Kidd. I was once interviewed on one of those programs on the wireless in which the person being interrogated was asked a series of standard questions, among which was the following: if you were marooned on a desert island, which book would you most like to have with you? Naturally, many who were asked this question answered it variously. Some said Shakespeare, Milton, Dickens, and so on. Not a few said the Bible. I must confess I took a different view of this matter, and I said that should I find myself under such circumstances, the book I would most like to have with me would be Thomson's Guide to Practical Boat Building. There was another time when I was asked what I thought of Mr. George Bernard Shaw. I had no difficulty in answering that I thought of Mr. George Bernard Shaw very much as I had always thought of him. I actually wrote a book about him in the ancient days, and I'm happy to say that he reviewed it himself, with the typical opening, "This is the best work of literary art that I have yet provoked." I was destined to see some of Shaw's skylarking on one occasion, and to be privileged to play the fool with him far from the political platform, if not so very far from the theatrical stage. It began by Bernard Shaw coming to my house in Beaconsfield in the heartiest spirits and proposing that we should appear together, disguised as cowboys, in a film of some sort projected by Sir James Barrie. I will not describe the purpose or character of the performance, because nobody ever discovered it, with the exception, presumably, of Sir James. But throughout the proceedings, even Barrie had the appearance of concealing his secret from himself. All I could gather was that two other well-known persons, Lord Howard de Walden and Mr. William Archer, the grave Scottish critic and translator of Ibsen, had also consented to be cowboys. "Well," I said, after a somewhat blank pause of reflection, "God forbid that anyone should say that I could not see a joke if Mr. William Archer could see it." Then, after a pause, I asked, "But what is the joke?" Shaw replied with hilarious vagueness that nobody knew what the joke was. That was the joke. The mysterious proceeding divided itself into two parts. One consisted of an appointment in a sort of abandoned brickfield somewhere in the wilds of Essex, in which spot, it was alleged, our cow-punching costumes were already concealed. The other consisted of an invitation to supper at the Savoy to talk things over with Barrie and Granville Barker. I kept both these melodramatic assignations, and though neither of them threw any light upon what we were supposed to be doing, they were both very amusing in their way, and rather different from what one might have expected. We went down to the wasteland in Essex, and found our Wild West equipment. But considerable indignation was felt against William Archer, who, with true Scottish foresight, arrived there first and put on the best pair of trousers. They were indeed a magnificent pair of fur trousers, while the other three riders of the prairie had to be content with canvas trousers. A running commentary upon this piece of individualism continued throughout the afternoon, while we were being rolled in barrels, roped over fake precipices, and eventually turned loose in a field to lasso wild ponies, which were so tame that they ran after us instead of our running after them, and nosed in our pockets for pieces of sugar. Whatever may be the strain on credulity, it's also a fact that we all got onto the same motor bicycle, the wheels of which were spun round under us to produce the illusion of hurtling like a thunderbolt down the mountain pass. When the rest finally vanished over the cliffs, clinging to the rope, they left me behind as a necessary weight to secure it. And Granville Barker kept calling out to me to register self-sacrifice and register resignation, which I did with such wild and sweeping gestures as occurred to me, not, I am proud to say, without general applause. Now, about this time, Barrie, with his little figure behind his large pipe, was standing about in an impenetrable manner, and nothing could extract from him the faintest indication of why we were being put through these ordeals. It was as if the smoke that rose from that pipe was a vapor not only of magic, but of black magic. But the other half of the mystery was, if possible, more mysterious. It was all the more mysterious because it was public, not to say crowded. I went to the Savoy supper under the impression that Barrie and Barker would explain to a small party some small part of the scheme. Instead of that, I found the stage of the Savoy Theatre thronged with nearly everybody in London, as the society papers say when they mean everybody in society. From the Prime Minister, Mr. Asquith, to the most cryptic Oriental attaché, they were all there dining at little tables and talking about everything but the matter at hand. At least, they were all there except Sir James Barrie, who on this occasion made himself almost completely invisible. Towards the end of the meal, Sir Edward Elgar casually remarked to my wife, "I suppose you know you're being filmed all this time." From what I know of my wife, it's unlikely that she was brandishing a champagne bottle or otherwise attracting social attention. But some of them were throwing bread about and showing marked relaxation from the cares of state. Then the original four, whom destiny had selected for a wild western life, were approached with private instructions, which worked out in public as follows. The stage was cleared, and the company adjourned to the auditorium, where Bernard Shaw harangued them in a furious speech with savage gesticulations, denouncing Barker and Barry, and finally drawing a sword. The other three of us rose at this signal, also brandishing swords, and stormed the stage, going out through the back scenery. And there we, whoever we were, disappear forever from the record and reasonable understanding of mankind. For never from that day to this has the faintest light been thrown on the reasons for our remarkable behavior. I have since heard in a remote and roundabout way a certain vague suggestion to the effect that there was some symbolical notion of our vanishing from real life and being captured or caught up in the film world of romance, being engaged through all the rest of the play in struggling to fight our way back to reality. Whether this was the idea, I have never known for certain. I only know that I received immediately afterwards a friendly and apologetic note from Sir James Barry saying that the whole scheme was going to be dropped. I do not know, but I have often wondered, and have sometimes fancied that there was another sense, darker than my own fancy, in which the secret put in Barry's pipe had ended in smoke. There had really been a sort of unearthly unreality in all the levity of those last hours, like something high and shrill that might crack. And it did crack. I've sometimes wondered whether it was felt that this fantasy of fashionable London would appear incongruous with something that happened some days later. For what happened then was that a certain ultimatum went out from the Austrian government against Serbia. I rang up Maurice Baring at a further stage of that rapidly developing business, and I can remember the tones of his voice when he said, "We've got to fight. They've all got to fight. I don't see how anybody can help it." If the cowboys were indeed struggling to find the road back to reality, they found it all right. The aim of life is appreciation. There's no sense in not appreciating things. And there's no sense in having more of them if you have less appreciation of them. I once said that a Cockney lamppost painted pea green was better than no light or no life, and that if it was a lonely lamppost, we might really see its light better against the background of the dark. The modern millionaire comes bustling along the street to tell me he is an optimist and has 2,005,000 new lampposts, already painted not a Victorian pea green, but a futuristic chrome yellow and electric blue, and that he will plant them over the whole world in such numbers that nobody will notice them, especially as they will all look exactly the same. And I cannot quite see what the optimist has got to be optimistic about. A lamppost can be significant, although it is ugly. But he's not making lampposts significant, he's making them insignificant. In short, as it seems to me, it matters very little whether a man is discontented if his discontent paralyzes his power of appreciating what he has got. The real difficulty of man is not to enjoy lampposts or landscapes, not to enjoy dandelions or chops, but to enjoy enjoyment. To keep the capacity of really liking what he likes. That is the practical problem which the philosopher has to solve. And it seemed to me at the beginning, as it seems to me now in the end, that the pessimists and optimists of the modern world have alike missed and muddled the matter through leaving out the ancient conception of humility and the thanks of the unworthy. And as I begin to believe more and more that a clue was to be found in such principles, even if it was a paradox, I was more and more disposed to seek out those who specialized in humility, though for them it was the door of heaven, and for me the door of earth. For me, my end is my beginning, and this overwhelming conviction that there is one key which can unlock all doors brings me back to my first glimpse of the glorious gift of the senses and the sensational experience of sensation. And there starts up again before me, standing sharp and clear as in old, the figure of a man who crosses a bridge and who carries a key, as I saw him when I first looked into fairyland through the window of my father's toy theatre. Thank you, and good day.
You've been listening to GKC by Tony Van Bridge, the last in this year's Bell Canada Reading Series from the Shaw Festival. It was based on the writings of G.K. Chesterton and adapted and directed by Christopher Newton and Tony Van Bridge. In the part of Gilbert Keith Chesterton, you heard Neil Barclay. The Bell Canada Reading Series is recorded live at the Royal George Theatre in Niagara-on-the-Lake, Ontario, with special thanks going to Bill Talbot, Jim Smagata, and Christine Oakey. The recording engineer was Joe Mahoney, and the producer of the Bell Canada Reading Series is Barbara Worthy. That's it for tonight.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com. The Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Orson Welles, who is pinch hitting for Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Tonight I'm the original glad man, friends, for aren't we all glad to get news of a thrifty, swifty, appetizing breakfast dish for these up-and-at-'em early mornings? Then wait till we all tell you all about Grape Nuts Flakes, the crisp and toasty brown breakfast cereal that's always ready for breakfast before you are. And ready to eat Grape's America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal. And think of this, too, homemakers. Every time you buy a big twig of Grape Nuts Flakes, you're saving up because you don't need them. Not for thrifty, plentiful Grape Nuts Flakes. That was Take It From There, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the program, let us reenact for you a little scene which took place a short while ago in a drugstore near the NBC building here in Hollywood. The time exactly 15 minutes before this broadcast. Take it away, drugstore.
One tuna fish on whole wheat.
One tuna fish coming up.
Gosh, it's crowded in here. Say, Don, do you think I have time for a sandwich before the show?
Why, yes, Mary, if you hurry. I think I'll have a dish of Tutti Frutti ice cream myself.
Watch it, Don. If you put on one more chin, you can throw away your vest. No kidding.
Now, Mary, will you stop ribbing me about my weight? I'm not so heavy.
Go on. Every time you step into an empty elevator, the operator says, "That's all, please," and up you go. Oh, Gilroy.
What'll it be, Mary?
Just a sandwich. I'll have a hamburger.
A hamburger? Yes, ma'am. Oh, Radcliffe? Yes, Gilroy? Hitch old Dobbin to a bun. You want something else, Mary?
No, that'll be all.
Would you mind taking my order, Bud?
Gladly. What do you have, Wobble Tummy?
Well, I'll have a dish of ice cream, please. Make it Tutti Frutti.
You can have Tootie, but there's no more fruity for the duration. How's that, Radcliffe?
Gilroy, you're really bumping your gums now.
Yeah. Why don't you two jerks give up sodas and write for radio?
We do. We just sold a lot of gags to old Red Skelton.
Fred Skelton?
No, old Red Skelton, his father.
Well, that's my fault for talking to you. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Mary. Hello, Donzo.
Well, Phil, is the orchestra all rehearsed for the program?
Who rehearses? If I ever told my boys they was playing something wrong, they'd say, "How do you know?" Then I'd be stopped. Take it easy. Relax. That's my motto.
Well, I hope Orson doesn't find out you didn't rehearse.
Oh, Welty. Why, him and me is pals. We gave a lecture together at UCLA just last night.
You and Orson gave a talk at the university?
Oh, Orson did all the talking. I just sat there and let them professors feel my head once in a while.
What?
No, so. You should have been there. I started to pull a couple of gags and Orson wrapped me on the bean with his pointer. Get a load of this lump up there.
What'll it be, Twitch? A bromo seltzer?
No, thanks. I had one across the street. I just came in here to burp. Ain't that a Lulu?
Oh, you and your Lulus.
Say, Gil, is this man annoying you?
No, Radcliffe, put down that cupcake.
Oh, that Radcliffe's really a demon. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Miss Livingston. Say, how's the hamburger you're eating?
All it needs is a jockey.
Gosh, Mr. Harris, where'd you get that big lump on your head?
From Orson Welles, that too. Orson Welles.
You want something to eat, Dennis? You better order. Now, what do you want?
I think I'll have the special sandwich. Peanut brittle on whole wheat.
You mean peanut butter.
No, look, it says right here, peanut brittle.
That's a misprint, kid. I'll bring you a peanut butter sandwich.
Nothing doing. It says peanut brittle here, and that's what I want.
Now listen.
I know my rights.
Dennis, if I wasn't a lady, I'd knock him right off that stool. Now behave yourself.
Hey, kids, get a load of who's coming in. It's Miss Harrington, Orson's secretary.
Hello, Miss Harrington.
Hello, young man. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello, Butch.
By the way, Miss Harrington, how's Mr. Wells feeling today?
Oh, he's in a splendid mood. He found his yo-yo under the dresser.
What's your order, ma'am?
I want this place tidied up and this counter cleared. Mr. Wells is about to honor this hash house with his presence.
Yes, ma'am.
And incidentally, young man, when did you put on that shirt you're wearing?
In 1937, when I left Stratford, Connecticut.
Well, change it immediately.
Yes, ma'am.
And as for your gruesome friend with the wide part in his hair...
That's gotta be me.
Would you mind lying under the counter until Mr. Wells leaves?
Gladly. My feet is killing me.
Attention! Attention, everybody! Mr. Wells is approaching.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Orson Welles. Well, Mary, you look lovely today.
Thanks, Orson.
I stopped by your house to give you a lift to the studio, but the butler said you'd already gone.
The butler? Oh, did Papa have that tail baby face?
That's sweet of you, Mary. Don't you think it's a little early in the day for romance?
Well...
Take it when you can get it. That's my motto.
Dennis, please. Oh, boy.
Yes, Mr. Wells?
I'll have a cup of cold consomme.
Hey, where do you think you're at, the Brown Derby?
Get back under that counter.
Yes, Mr. Wells. Whoop, off my head.
Mr. Wells, I don't think you'll have time. Do you mind okaying it?
Not at all. Oh, no. Now, that's awful. Miss Harrington, take this out in the alley and burn it immediately.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Burn the script?
But, Orson, what are we going to do for a play tonight?
I shall write one myself.
Hey, Mr. Wells, if you're looking for a comedy sketch, my partner and I wrote one that's terrific. Yes, dynamite.
Get back under that counter.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
You wait for that long enough.
It hurts.
Sight gag, ladies and
Well,
gentlemen.
how about it, Mr. Wells? Do you want to buy our plays?
Yes, deliver it to me at NBC as quickly as possible.
Thanks, Mr. Wells.
Come on, everybody, follow me. Last one in the studio is a rotten egg. That was You'd Be So Nice to Come Home To, it says here, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Phil, you can stop waving your baton now. The number's over.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Don't mention it.
You see, old boy, I didn't get a chance to rehearse that selection, so consequently I didn't realize it had reached its termination. If you get what I mean.
That is due to your lackadaisical inadvertence. The conclusion of that number found you in a state of oblivious lethargy. Get what I mean?
No, but my lump is throbbing.
So I notice. It's fairly dancing. By the way, Mary, I've been meaning to ask you, how's Jack coming along? Is he over his cold?
If he was over his cold, you wouldn't be here, brother.
Dennis?
Yes, Jack is much better, Orson. He's resting at the Arizona Biltmore in Phoenix.
The Arizona Biltmore? Isn't that rather expensive for Jack?
Expense means nothing to him. He was delirious when he checked in.
That must be the reason.
You know, fellas, I got a postcard from Mr. Benny this morning. He asked me to send his golf bag right away.
His golf bag? Say, the old boy must be getting better if he wants to play a little golf.
What do you mean golf? If I know Benny, he landed a job picking grapefruit.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Let's all be fair to Jack. He doesn't think of work all the time. Of course not. Jack can relax and enjoy vacation like anybody else.
Oh, yeah? He took me to Catalina on the boat one time and played his fiddle all the way over.
Well, that doesn't mean he was playing for money.
Don't tell me. I was passing the hat.
Just the same, I'm sure Jack is getting a good rest in Phoenix. Incidentally, it gives me a splendid idea. I think I'll call Jack and say hello to him.
Right now?
Of course, right now, Miss Harrington. Get me Mr. Benny at the Arizona Biltmore in Phoenix.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Imagine talking to Phoenix, Arizona just like that. Ain't a phone a wonderful thing?
It sure is. Say, Mr. Harris, who invented the telephone?
Well, Alexander Graham invented the bell. The rest I don't know nothing about.
Mr. Harris, the telephone in its entirety was invented by Alexander Graham Bell, which I can pronounce. Come, Miss Harrington. What's the delay on that call?
Well, I have the Arizona Biltmore, but they can't seem to locate Mr. Benny.
Let me have that phone, please. Hello? Hello, operator? I'd like to talk to Jack Benny. What? He's not registered. He's not a guest there.
Have her look out in the lobby. Maybe he's a bellboy.
Bellboy?
With his flat feet, he could be the house stick.
Bill, please. Now, operator, I'd like to talk to Mr. Benny. Oh, his temperature went down. He checked out. Very well, I'll call him there. Goodbye. That's strange.
What's the matter? Did Jack leave the Arizona Biltmore?
Yes, it seems he's now stopping at the Jasmine Blossom Auto Court.
The Jasmine Blossom?
Hey, I just thought of something. Jasmine Blossom. That's J.B., the same initials as Mr. Benny.
That's right, Dennis, and I'm sure Jack will come home with some lovely monogram towels. Miss Harrington, remind me to call Mr. Benny first thing tomorrow morning at the Jasmine Blossom Auto Court.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Excuse me. Come in. Well, it's those two merry madcaps from the soda fountain. Hello, fellows.
Hello, Mr. Wells. Here's that comedy sketch we wrote for you. There's a little mayonnaise on it, but it's very jolly.
Thank you, fellows. By the way, would you like to stay and hear your little gem?
I don't know. Should we stay, Gil? We can't stay. That fat lady is waiting for her cheeseburger.
Oh, yes. Let's go.
Wait till I open the door.
Well, let's see what they've written here. So far, nothing but mayonnaise. A little crude, but it'll get by. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, we are going to present a mystery melodrama entitled Death at Midnight or the Murder Case. Now, in this drama, I will play the role of Inspector Wells of Police Headquarters. Phil, you'll be my assistant, Sergeant Harris, and Dennis, you will be my other assistant, Sergeant Day. It is your duty to help me solve a horrible crime.
Okay.
But I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
You're a policeman. Of course you didn't do it.
Don't be too sure.
And Mary.
It's always a guy you never suspect, silly.
Dennis, please. Now, Mary.
Yes, Orson.
In our sketch, you play the part of the mysterious lady in black. 6 of your husbands have strangely disappeared, and you've just married your 7th.
I'm a busy little girl, aren't I?
Decidedly. Well, that takes care of the casting for our play.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Orson, but haven't you overlooked me?
Don, overlooking you is like losing a bass drum in a phone booth. However, you should be the butler. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this play will go on immediately after... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Wells. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Mr. Wells, up to now, working for you has been a pleasure, but trouble has reared its ugly head.
Trouble?
It's that Chinese cook of yours. We just don't speak the same language.
Well, naturally. Naturally. What's the difficulty between you and Chong?
You know those pork chops I got at the market yesterday? The ones I had to use commando tactics to obtain?
Yes, yes.
Well, that cook of yours wants to cut them up into little pieces for chop suey. That's vandalism.
Now, calm down, Rochester.
Any man that would treat a pork chop like that would pull the chair out from under Whistler's mother.
Rochester, don't get so excited. Good heavens, the way you talk, you think those chops were radium.
I can get radium tomorrow. Let's see you get some pork chops.
Now, Rochester, there's no reason why you and Chong can't be good friends. Put Chong on the phone.
Okay, here he is.
Hello, Chong.
Hello, Mr. Wells.
Now, Chong, I want you and Rochester to get along with each other. What's all this quarreling about?
我冇法子咯，個黑鬼仲識生字肉，我就叫佢洗乾隻口嚟啦，我乜嘢都唔俾佢識喎。
So he told me. Anything else?
住喺望谷路字啦，幾下等戰客人，佢入到我廚房做乜嘢？佢摸佢入嚟住啦。
You're absolutely right. Now, Chong, here's what you do. Cook the chop suey for us and give Rochester a couple of pork chops for himself.
Okay, Mr. Wells. I'm very happy.
Now put Rochester back on the phone. Rochester?
Yes, Mr. Wells?
Everything is all settled. John's giving you 2 pork chops. You can cook them any way you want to.
Cook them? I bought myself a gold frame. I'm going to hang them in my bedroom. So long, Mr. Wells.
Goodbye, Rochester. Well, I guess that's straightened out. Sing, Dennis. Heard It Can't Be Wrong, and that was Dennis Day singing. And Dennis, I don't have to tell you, that was very good.
I'll say you don't. I heard it.
Dennis, you shouldn't pat yourself on the back like that. It's quite hammy.
You should talk, brother.
We've got something there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, go away, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will present our thrilling, baffling, spine-tingling mystery melodrama, Death at Midnight. As the scene opens, we find Inspector Wells in his office at police headquarters. Curtain, music!
Is that the phone, Inspector?
No, it's a preview for Whom the Bell's Tolled. Hello, police headquarters. Inspector Wells speaking.
Help! Come over at once. I'm going to be murdered!
Get away from that phone, you little double-crosser. I'll let you have it.
Help!
What was that, Inspector?
Oh, one of those gin-rummy arguments. And before I forget it, Harris, you're supposed to be a policeman. What's the idea of coming to work in those loud sport clothes?
My girlfriend thinks I'm a bookmaker.
That's no excuse. Now, here's your badge, your uniform, your club.
Okay, where's my flat feet?
On the opposite end of your flat head.
Are you...
Oh, Inspector!
What is it, Sergeant Day?
Somebody has been passing phony dollar bills all over town, and I've got one of them.
A dollar bill, eh? And how do you know it's phony?
Washington is wearing Lincoln's beard.
Let me see that. You're right. And he's wearing Lincoln's hat, too.
Hey, were those two guys roommates?
Of course not. Washington wearing Lincoln's beard. This is the worst job of counterfeiting I ever saw.
You think that's something? Turn the bill over.
Good heavens. Hedda Hopper is sitting on the Eagle. Nice work, Day. We've got to report this to Washington.
I thought he was dead.
Washington, D.C. Hello? Hello, Inspector Wells speaking.
Hello, Specky. This is Mrs. Lillian Gahagan Crumdyke speaking. You know, the lady in black.
Why did you call me up, you naughty girl? Have you bumped off another husband?
I didn't have anything to do with it. I went to the library just now, and he was slumped over the radio with the Fred Allen program going full blast.
Oh, was your husband dead?
He must have been. He didn't turn it off. So long, Specky.
Hold everything, Mrs. Crumdyke. I'll be right over. Sergeant Harris, Sergeant Day.
Yes, Inspector.
Come on, boys. We're going over to investigate a murder. And I have a hunch this crime was committed by...
By who?
I can't make this out. There's mayonnaise on it. Let's go, fellows!
Calling all cars. Eddie Lamar locked in her closet. Take it easy, boys. That is all.
This is the house right here. Harris, Day, break down that door.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, gentlemen. Did you ring?
No, we didn't. We're the police. Who are you?
I'm Wobble Tummy, the butler.
The butler, eh? Now tell me, what do you know about this crime?
I don't know anything, sir. When the murder took place, I was down at the grocery store buying a package of toasted brown sweeties and a grape nuts flakes.
Grape nuts flakes, eh? Make a note of that, Harris.
Yes, sir.
Now come clean, you. You're talking to the law. What do you know about grape nuts flakes?
I know they're America's fastest growing flake cereal, and they're famous for their malty rich flavor, and the grape nuts flakes come in a 12-ounce economy size package.
Harris, this man is concealing something. Keep an eye on him.
Gotcha.
Now I think I'll grill Mrs. Crumdyke. I have a hunch she killed her husband. You know that saying, cherchez la femme, don't you?
No, I don't.
Well, you ought to learn it. It's all the rage now.
Well, the blue coats are here. Hi, Specky.
Hello, Mrs. Crumdyke. Where's the body?
Right here, and I'm wearing a new dress.
I mean your husband's body.
Oh, that old thing.
A strange coincidence, Mrs. Crumdyke, but all of your husbands have met untimely deaths. Take your first husband, the big game hunter.
What about him?
You went on a hunting trip to Canada with him, and he's the first thing you shot.
Well, he looked like a moose.
No excuse. Now, I want a confession, Mrs. Crumdyke, and I want it now. Start talking.
Well...
It's no use. You murdered your husband, and you might as well admit it.
Well, here we go again.
Lies! Lies! Nothing but lies. You hated your husband, and you couldn't stand him any longer. Now tell me, how did you kill him?
Well...
I don't believe it. I'm arresting you, Mrs. Crumdyke. Arresting you for the murder of your husband. Tell me, what's his first name?
Well...
Otto J. Crumdyke. Slap the bracelets on her, Harris, and let's go.
Oh, Inspector, Mrs. Crumdyke is innocent.
Innocent?
Yes, someone just threw a note in the window and it solves the whole case.
Give me that note. Where is it?
I ate it. It was covered with mayonnaise.
Oh. Come on, Harris. Let's get over to Hedy Lamar's house. She may still be trapped. When you sit down to a big, tempting bowl full of appetizing, baldy-rich grape nuts flakes, aren't you pleased with yourself? Well, you should be, because it's smart to go for a breakfast dish like that. One chuck full of swell calling for grape nuts flakes. The farmer, the salesman, the welder, the kind of folks who get things done. They start with a nourishing breakfast, and grape nuts flakes are just that. For grape nuts flakes are a whole grain cereal, crammed full of whole grain food values, including iron, niacin, and vitamin B1 for appetite, nerves, and tip-top energy. Vigor, vitality, vitamins. That's V-eating for you with delicious, toasty brown grape nuts flakes. Until next Sunday night, ladies and gentlemen, this is your obedient servant, Orson Welles. Mary, I want to compliment you on your performance tonight in the role of Mrs. Crumdyke.
I was pretty crummy, huh?
Well...
Good night, folks. Good night, doll.
This program was written by Radcliffe Marlowe and Gilroy Boulogne with mayonnaise by Orson Welles.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
And now, here's Act One of The Old Ones Are Hard to Kill. It begins with a stethoscope, a blood pressure reading, an electrocardiogram, and an altogether satisfying report on the health of Mrs. Ada Canby.
Well, can't see a thing to complain about, Ada. That little congestion you had last time is all cleared up. All in all, I'd say you're doing fine.
For a woman my age, you mean?
The older the chicken, the tougher it is to kill. That's what my grandmother used to tell me, and she lived to be 98. Speaking of relatives, you see much of Walter.
My grandson? Oh, the usual once-a-year visit. And he always comes up with the same complaint.
What's that?
That I shouldn't be living all alone.
Oh, that big house of yours must get pretty lonely sometimes.
Well, the truth is, Dr. George, I'm not alone there.
You're not?
I decided to take in the boarder last month.
Really?
I haven't written Walter about it. I'm sure he'd object to my taking in a stranger, but there's really nothing wrong with Mr. Paulson, except his health, maybe.
His health? What's wrong with him?
Oh, the poor man's had a terrible cold for the past 2 weeks. Won't let me do a thing for him, though.
Now, where did you meet this Mr. Paulson?
He answered the ad I ran. He's just back from South America. Been living in Brazil for years. He's a very nice gentleman, really. He keeps himself and tends his birds. He has the loveliest blue parakeets. You can hear them chirping all over the house. Oh, it's the friendliest song.
Well, I don't see anything wrong with what you're doing, Ada. Just make sure you don't go and catch the man's cold.
Well, there's not much chance of that. The poor man hardly ever leaves his room. Well, how much do I owe you?
I'll send you the bill.
I'm sure you'll forget all about it. Promise me you'll send it. Oh, dear. Mr. Paulson? Are you all right?
Yes, Mrs. Canby. I'm all right.
That cough sounds worse than ever to me. Why don't you let me fix you a little hot milk and honey?
No, thank you, Mrs. Canby. Thanks very much. I'm going to try to get some sleep.
Well, all right, if you say so. I guess it's time I was in bed myself. Oh, my, listen to that poor man. I wonder if he keeps his birds awake, too.
Mrs. Canby, please.
For heaven's sake, is he calling me?
Mrs. Canby!
He is calling me. I'm coming, Mr. Paulson. Oh, no. Where are those darn slippers? I'll be right there. What is it, Mr. Paulson? What's the matter?
Mrs. Canby.
Mr. Paulson, just look at you. Why didn't you tell me you were so sick? I would have called a doctor.
No, too late now. Too late.
I know a very good doctor. I saw him only this afternoon. I'll go and call him right now.
No, please, listen to me.
Well, I've got to get help for you, Mr. Paulson.
I'm dying. Confession.
Well, do you want to preach? Is that what you want?
Richardson murdered 10 years ago.
What?
Murder. I did it. I killed him for money. I was paid. Did you hear me?
Oh, Lord. Mr. Paulson, do you know what you're saying?
Do you understand me? Lindell is innocent. I killed Richardson, not Lindell.
Well, let me get help. You can tell them yourself, Mr. Paulson, and the police and the doctor.
You tell them, please. Tell them to free Lindell. He's innocent. Tell them I'm the one who killed Richardson 10 years ago.
Oh, I don't know anything about such things, and I don't want to.
I did it. I killed Richardson. I did it.
I don't want to hear it. Please don't tell me. Please. Mr. Paulson, Mr. Paulson? Oh, dear God, I think he's gone. Listen to those poor little birdies. I suppose they miss poor Mr. Paulson. I'll lay them in his room. Well, let's see about this letter now. Dear Walter, I hope you don't mind my turning to you for advice, but I really don't know what to do. It's been 3 days since my boarder, Mr. Paulson, passed away, and I still haven't told the police what the man said to me. I just can't bring myself to get mixed up in anything like this. Dear, what's the use of writing Walter? He'll probably think I've dreamed it all up. No, I'll just forget it. How do you forget such a thing? Those names, I keep hearing them. Richardson, Lindell. Lindell is innocent. Oh, dear God, what if it's all true? If Mr. Paulson actually murdered this Richardson, and Lindell is innocent, only, well, who are they? I wonder if a telephone book, well, why not? Let's see. Richard, all right. Yes, here it is. Oh, Lord, there's dozens of them. Well, I'll try Lindell. That wouldn't be as common, I don't suppose. Yes, here it is. That's only about half a dozen, then. Oh, my heavens. Lindell and Richardson. Both names together. Lindell and Richardson Investments. 9 Concourse 4153132. I wonder if... Well, maybe it's the only way to be sure. Mr. Lindell? He isn't? Well, then what about Mr. Richardson? Oh, I see. Well, is there someone there I can speak to? Yes, please. Thank you.
Hello. This is Mr. Chelton. May I be of service?
Well, maybe you can. I want to know about your Mr. Richardson, about when he died. I think I did business with him once, a long time ago.
Well, it's 10 years, madam, just about. But if you're interested in investment advice...
Well, I'll think about it. Thank you very much. 10 years. Well, it could be a coincidence. I guess it all depends on how he died. Thank you.
Well, now, how can we be of help to you?
Well, I didn't come here to get help, Mr. Shelton. I came to help you, as a matter of fact. Or rather, somebody you know.
Who would that be?
Mr. John Lindell, the man who was supposed to have murdered Mr. Richardson.
I'm afraid I'm not following you.
Well, it took me all week to find out what happened to those two men, and finally I found the story in the old newspaper room down at the library about Mr. Lindell being indicted for killing his partner. But I'm sure you know the whole story a lot better than I do.
Well, of course I know the story, but that was quite a long time ago, Mrs. Canby.
10 years doesn't seem so long when you're my age. Anyway, the point is that I can help your Mr. Lindell, only I can't do it alone.
Did you know John Lindell?
No, I didn't. Nor Mr. Richardson, for that matter. The man I knew was named Paulson.
Who?
I rented a room to Mr. Paulson, and he died about 8 days ago of pneumonia. I was there when it happened.
Well, that's unfortunate, but...
Before he died, Mr. Paulson told me something about Mr. Richardson's murder. He said Mr. Lindell hadn't been responsible, that he, Mr. Paulson, had committed it. For money.
Oh, Mrs. Canby, listen to me.
It was this man Lindell that bothered him. The fact that he was in prison for something he didn't do. I thought I should tell you this, Mr. Shelton, because you knew both of these gentlemen. It said so in the newspaper.
Mrs. Canby, my dear woman.
What?
I don't know what silly story you heard, but it's completely wrong. There wasn't any question about what happened. This boarder of yours, whatever his name is, merely had an obsession.
Well, just the same, I thought you could follow through on this business. You know, tell the police, because if it is true, Mr. Lindell should be freed.
On evidence like that?
Well, I don't know anything about evidence. I'm just telling you what I heard. Oh, well, never mind. I suppose I should have told the police myself.
Oh, wait, Mrs. Canby. Let me put your mind at rest. John Lindell is no longer in prison.
He isn't?
He's dead, Mrs. Canby. He's been dead for the last 3 years.
Oh.
He wasn't a young man when all this happened, when he accused his partner, Fred Richardson, of defrauding him and shot him dead.
He died? In prison?
Even if all you say is true, that this man was Richardson's murderer,
You can't help John Lindell any longer. He's beyond that.
But his name, don't you want to his name?
Have you any proof? Any living witness?
Just myself.
Forget it, Mrs. Canby. That's my advice to you. The old wound is healed. Don't reopen it.
Oh, well, it troubles me so. I haven't thought of anything else since it happened. Perhaps if I saw a minister, if I had some advice from a man of God.
Mrs. Canby, now you said something. Now you've shown me the way. That's where our answer lies, dear woman, in prayer. In the forgiveness of our dear Lord. Will you pray with me, Mrs. Canby?
Pray? Here?
Why not? God is everywhere. Please, join me. Dear Lord, tell us what to do. Give us your divine guidance. Show us the path to righteousness.
Mr. Skelton,
Help us, O Lord. Help us to understand. Teach us to forgive the sins of others and to forget them. To forget. I feel much better now, Mrs. Canby. Do you?
I'm not sure.
Let us turn this matter over to God, Mrs. Canby. Not to the police, but to the Lord. It's in his hands now. Don't you agree?
Well, in a way, that's true. Since they're dead now. All of them. Yes?
Mrs. Canby?
Yes?
My name's Stuart Winfield, Mrs. Canby. I understand you have a room for rent?
Yes, I do.
Well, I'm new in town. I just arrived from Philadelphia. I've been staying at a hotel, but I'd like something homier.
Well, the room I have is $35 a week. I can't offer you any meals, but you can use the kitchen all you want.
Well, that sounds good to me.
Would you like to see the room?
Yes, ma'am, I sure would.
Well, come on in then.
Thank you.
By the way, how did you know I had a room for rent? I was going to place an ad this weekend.
Oh, I guess someone at the hotel mentioned it. I forget just who. Say, this is a real fine old house, Mrs. Canby. I can see that I'm going to like this place. Just fine.
And so Mrs. Canby has a new boarder. He's a very personable young man, with a great deal more charm than old Mr. Paulson had. Perhaps in a little while, Mrs. Canby will be able to forget her former boarder and the shocking confession he made on his deathbed. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Stu Winfield took no time at all to make himself at home in Ada Canby's big old house. He loved everything about his room. The fine old four-poster bed, the crazy quilt that Ada herself had sewn up 40 years ago, the lace curtains on the window. He even loved Mr. Paulson's blue parakeets. But what he really seemed to like best was Mrs. Canby herself.
Just take me 2 minutes to get these clean sheets on the bed, Mr.
Here, let me give you a hand.
No, I can manage. I've been making this bed for almost 50 years.
50? You've lived in this house that long?
Moved in here when I got married back in 1919. My husband David bought it for us. Our only son Ralph was born in it.
And you've lost them both?
Yes, they're both dead, but I haven't lost them.
Oh, yes, I understand, Mrs. Canby. I guess I feel that way about my mom.
Your mother's dead?
Yes, she died when I was 2.
Oh. Listen, Mr. Winfield, are you sure you want these birds in your room? I could take them to the parlor if you want.
No, I think they're great. I think everything's great about this house. But there is something you can do for me.
What's that?
Would you mind not calling me Mr. Winfield?
Oh?
That's what they call my father. My name's Stuart.
Well, all right, Stuart. Dear Walter, I think it's about time I told you that I have a boarder in the house. Mr. Mr. Winfield is the nicest young man you could want to meet. He's a great deal friendlier than my first gentleman, Mr. Paulson, and he seems to like nothing better than to sit around evenings and talk. We talk about his home and his parents and his plans for the future. I think the poor boy misses his home and family, and I'm sort of a substitute for all that.
You know, it isn't really fair, Mrs. Canby. You said I had kitchen privileges, but that doesn't mean you have to cook for me.
Well, it's a pleasure, Stuart. I haven't had anyone to cook for in years.
You're kidding. You mean to say you cook this good without practice?
Oh, you're just being nice. I'm sure that stew is just plain ordinary.
It's terrific, no kidding. It tastes like, well, it tastes like home, if you know what I mean.
It depends on whose home you mean.
Well, my mom cooks stews like this. That's what I meant.
Your mom? Well, but she died when you were only 2.
Oh, well, I guess I didn't mean my mom exactly. I was thinking of my Aunt Martha. I mean, she's the one who sort of took over the cooking and stuff after my mother died. And my father's sister, you know?
I see. Well, that was lucky that you had someone to take her place.
Yeah, that's right. Excuse me.
My Stuart, you're not coming down with anything, are you?
No, I'm fine. Just a little case of the sniffles.
Listen, if your room isn't warm enough, I have an extra bunk.
No, the room's just fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, you be sure now. I know I felt a little guilty about poor Mr. Paulson when he got sick. Maybe I didn't take good enough care of him.
Paulson?
Mm-hmm.
Was that your former boarder, the bird lover?
Yes, that was his name, the poor man.
Tell me about him.
Well, I don't really know that much about him. He lived here less than 2 months.
Well, what sort of a guy was he?
Well, very quiet. He kept to himself.
Did you say he was from South America?
I don't remember if I did or not.
Well, you must have said it.
Yes, of course. He was American, but he'd been living in Brazil. I don't know why exactly. Although, come to think of it, maybe I do.
What do you mean?
Well, it just occurred to me that Brazil might be just the place for someone who came into a lot of money and wanted to leave the country.
I don't understand.
I really think you are getting a cold, Stuart. I'm getting that blanket out this minute.
Now, wait, Mrs. Canby. I'd rather hear about...
Never mind. I don't want to take any chances. I'll be right back.
Yes, Mrs. Canby. Don't take any chances.
Stuart?
Yes? Come in.
I brought you a tray, Stuart.
Oh. No, you shouldn't have gone to all that trouble, Mrs. Canby.
Wasn't the least bit of trouble. Besides, you've got to have some supper. Feed it cold and starve a fever. That's what
I mean, I was going to come out to the kitchen and get myself a sandwich or something. You didn't have to bring it to me. Oh, look at that. Is that roast chicken?
Well, that's what it's supposed to be. I hope it tastes all right.
Noodle soup with dumplings. Mrs. Canby, you're spoiling me rotten. Do you know that?
Yeah, I just thought it'd be a good idea if you stayed in bed and took it easy. You weren't planning to go out tonight, were you?
No, I was just going to stay in and read for a while. Maybe watch television.
Oh, that's good. Here, I'll just set this tray down.
Oh, the service here is just too good. Oh, we never finished our talk the other day about that boarder of yours, Mr. Paulson.
Well, there's not much to say about him, really.
Well, you said something about his living in South America. You said you thought you understood why he was living there. Sounded real interesting.
Well, the truth is, Stuart, there is something to tell about Mr. Paulson. Maybe you can help me feel better about it all.
About what?
Now, I'm not going to tell you if you don't eat.
All right, Mrs. Canby, I'll eat.
Well, it happened just about 3 weeks ago.
know something, Mrs. Candy? That's about the best roast chicken I've had in years.
I'm sure I spoiled your appetite with all my chatter.
No, that was a really interesting story.
But what do you think of it all, Stuart? No, the killer is the man who hired Mr. Paulson. Don't you see? Is it right that he should get away with it?
No, wait a minute. You're jumping to conclusions.
No, I'm not. Mr. Paulson told me that he was hired to do this thing.
Well, maybe he was hired by Lindell. Maybe Lindell hired him, and then Paulson got cold feet, and Lindell did the shooting himself.
No, I'm sure that isn't true. You see, I read the newspaper article all about it.
Well, you really were thorough about this, weren't you, Mrs. Candy?
You poor man. That cold's gone to your chest now, hasn't it?
No, I'm all right. Stop worrying about me. Let's talk about this other problem of yours.
Well, maybe I'm making it more of a problem than it should be. Maybe if I just told the police everything, I could forget it once and for all.
No, I really couldn't advise that, Mrs. Candy.
Well, it said in the newspaper story that the two men were partners in that investment firm. And Mr. Lindell thought that his partner Richardson was cheating, taking money out of the firm, and that's why he's supposed to have shot him.
Wasn't there a witness to the shooting?
Why, yes, I think there was. Come to think of it, it was Mr. Shelton. That's right.
Well, doesn't that wrap it up for you?
Well, it would if it wasn't for Mr. Paulson.
Listen, Mrs. Candy, you know how much I like you. Why, in just a few days, you're more like family to me than my Aunt Martha ever was.
Well, it's nice of you to say, Stuart.
And that's why I want you to listen to me about this. That's why I want you to forget about this whole foolish thing. And
listen to you. You sound awful, Stuart. Just terrible.
No, I'm all right.
No, you're not all right. I'm going to get you some cough medicine right this minute.
Mr. Chelton, it's me, Winfield.
Well, what's happening?
I think I better stick around for a few more days, Mr. Chelton. The old lady's beginning to get fidgety, if you know what I mean.
Well, something tells me that Stuart Winfield isn't such a nice young man after all. Could it be that he wasn't telling Mrs. Canby the truth about his dear mother and his Aunt Martha? Could he have not told her the truth about his plans for the future? Of course, the real issue is, what sort of plan does he have for Ada Canby's future? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. If you are Mrs. Canby. She isn't sleeping well tonight. But of course, Mrs. Canby has good reasons for insomnia. Her thoughts are whirling. Her boarder Stuart was right. She doesn't want the bother of going to the police. And she firmly believes in the old adage, if you don't trouble trouble, trouble won't trouble you. But still...
Oh, my. I'm just never going to get to sleep tonight. Poor Stuart. He's still coughing. I'm sure that room is just too drafty. I never should have let any boarders in until I got the windows fixed. Oh, dear. That poor boy. I'll never forget the terrible night Mr. Paulson was coughing so badly. Huh? And the way he looked, all gray and shrunken. If only I knew he was so sick. No, if only he'd never even come to this house.
Mrs. Canby, I killed Richardson.
in that man's voice.
Lindell is innocent. Lindell is innocent.
That poor man. All the years he spent in jail for something he didn't do.
Let sleeping dogs lie, Mrs. Canby. My Aunt Martha always said, let sleeping dogs lie.
Oh, only I could get some sleep.
Let us turn this matter over to God, Mrs. Canby. Not to the police. Not to the police. Not to the police.
What a strange man he is, Mr. Shelton. The way he talked about God, praying at his desk. Of course, God is everywhere, but his desk.
I killed Richardson. I murdered him for money. I was paid.
Paid? Someone had to pay him. Mr. Paulson wasn't the only guilty one. Someone else was, too. Dear Lord, Mr. Chesterton. What did that newspaper article say? The chief witness against Mr. Lindell was Arnold Chesterton. But how could he be a witness to something that never happened? How could he be? I'll have to tell someone. I'll have to talk to someone. Yes, I'll tell Stuart about it. In the morning. Stuart, are you awake?
Yes, I'm up, Mrs. Canby. Come in. Oh, no. Now, don't tell me I'm getting breakfast in bed, too.
Well, I know you had a terrible night last night, Stuart. You were coughing much worse than ever. I guess that medicine wasn't very good.
Sorry I kept you awake, Mrs. Canby.
No, that wasn't your fault. No. Something else kept me up.
What was that?
Oh, my mind, I guess. Maybe I should say my conscience.
Oh, that sounds serious.
But it is something serious, Stuart. Well, I might have let a man get away with murder. No, it's even worse than that. He did something worse than murder.
You're talking about Paulson again?
No, I'm talking about the man who hired Mr. Paulson. He didn't just have that man Richardson shot. He let an innocent person go to jail and die there. Now, that's like committing 2 murders, if you ask me. I have to tell you something that occurred to me last night.
Sure, go ahead.
Well, it's about Mr. Chelton. Mr. Arnold Chelton.
Yeah? Go on. I'm listening.
Stuart, I wonder if maybe the reason Mr. Chelton was so upset with me, the reason he didn't want me to go to the police, was because he was afraid.
Explain what you mean.
Well, what I mean is maybe Mr. Shelton had good reason, besides the one he told me. He was working for both Mr. Richardson and Mr. Lindell at the time of the murder.
Well, so what?
Well, he was also the chief witness at the trial. A witness for the prosecution.
But he saw the shooting, didn't he?
But that's just the point. He saw Mr. Lindell shoot Mr. Richardson.
Well, that's not what you told me last time. I mean that he was an eyewitness.
No, that's right. He didn't actually see the shooting. He was miles away when it happened. I don't quite remember the details.
There was something about a phone call, maybe?
Yes, that's what it was. He claimed that Mr. Richardson was talking to him on the phone when Mr. Lindell showed up at his apartment. He said that Richardson cried out something about Lindell having a gun.
And then he heard the shot.
But how could that have happened if the gun was fired by Mr. Paulson?
If, Mrs. Canby, that's the big little word, isn't it? If.
But don't you see what I'm saying, Stuart? Arnold Sheldon had the most to gain.
Gain? From what?
From both these men leaving the firm. That'll leave the whole thing to him. all those customers, all the investments he handled, all the commissions, or whatever they call it.
Are you accusing this guy Shelton of being the killer?
Yes. It's the only answer, Stuart.
Well, look, if that was the case, the police would have figured it out.
But they didn't. There was nothing in the stories I read that pointed any suspicion at Mr. Shelton. I don't suppose it even occurred to them. And now, the company is all his.
You don't call that evidence, do you?
Well, then why didn't he let me go to the police? Why did he try so hard to talk me out? That man was praying to it. He was taking the name of the Lord. Oh, I'm sorry, Stuart. I'm so sorry. I won't bother you anymore. I know what I have to do anyway.
Mrs. Candy.
I won't be gone long, Stuart.
No, wait.
But the minute I get back, I'm going to call Dr. George and ask him to come over. You're sick.
Never mind the doctor. You're calling the police.
No, I won't call them. You're right. I don't want them tracking mud in my parlor. I'm going down to the station house and talk to them. I'll get dressed now and go straight there.
Please think about what you're doing.
I'll tell them what I know, and they can do the rest. Now, you try to eat something, Stuart. Please.
Mrs. Candy. Sheldon?
What is this, Winfield? I told you not to call me at the office.
It's an emergency.
You sound terrible. What's the matter with you?
I'm sick. Only you're going to be a lot sicker.
What are you talking about?
The old lady. I can't stop her. She's decided to talk.
What?
She figured it out. Figured out exactly what you did, Sheldon, and how you did it.
You fool. Stop her. Do you hear me?
That wasn't part of the deal, Sheldon.
It's all of the deal now.
The price didn't include anything like that.
The price just doubled. Old ladies are always having accidents. Make her have one. Make her have one now, Winfield.
All right. She's gonna have a fall down the cellar steps. Right now. I gotta get my robe on and my slippers. I've gotta hurry.
Stuart? Is that you?
Open up, Mrs. Candy.
Stuart Winfield, what are you doing out of bed? Now, you go right back there this second.
I gotta talk to you, Mrs. Candy, before you go to the police.
Just listen to you. You're all winded. You can hardly talk, Stuart. Now, go back to bed before you catch pneumonia, too.
Now, don't go, Mrs. Candy. It would be better if you never went to the police. Better for you. Better for me.
For you? I don't understand.
Well, then I wouldn't have to hurt you, Mrs. Candy. That's what I mean. I wouldn't have to do anything bad to you.
Stuart, what in the world are you talking about?
Come on, old lady. You're smart, all right. You really think things through. So now, think a little harder.
You knew? Stuart, you knew about Mr. Fulton?
That's right.
That's how you knew my room was so wrecked, because Mr. Shelton told you.
Now you're getting there, Mrs. Candy.
That's why you rented it. That's why you were sent here.
Just to watch you, Mrs. Candy. Just to see that you stayed sensible.
Mr. Shelton did.
I was hoping you'd never change your mind about calling the police. I didn't want this part of it. This isn't the part I like.
Just
relax, Mrs. Candy. Just take it easy.
Please, don't.
You're as right as a feather, Mrs. Candy. Just like my Aunt Martha would have been if I had an Aunt Martha.
Please, let me down. Please.
We've got a date now, Mrs. Candy.
Let me go.
Don't put up such a fight, Mrs. Candy. I'm sick, remember? Just shut your eyes. Please, shut your eyes and don't look down.
Oh, God. Those stairs.
Shut your eyes, old lady. They'll all be over It's all right now, Ada. Just be glad that it wasn't you at the bottom of those stairs.
Will he be all right, Dr. George?
Now, what do you want to worry about that man for? Truth is, his injuries don't amount to very much. A couple of broken ribs seem to be the worst of it. But he'll be a patient for some time before they can put him in prison where he belonged. Him and his friend. What was that man's name again?
You mean Mr. Chelham? Have they arrested him?
Yeah. That's what the police detective said.
I don't understand. Stewart's injuries aren't serious.
It's not the fall that made Winfield so sick. His case was diagnosed as simple pneumonia at first. And then I remembered about your first boarder. Nelson, was it?
No, Paulson.
Yes, Paulson.
But he had pneumonia, too. He died of it. Is pneumonia contagious?
Yes, it is, but this disease was even more contagious. It's a pneumonia caused by a disease called psittacosis, better known as parrot fever. You get it from sick birds, like the parakeets in your spare room.
Oh, no. Mr. Paulson's bird?
Sorry, Ada, but they had to be taken out and destroyed.
Oh, what a shame.
There's one reason I feel sorry for them. They saved your life. Made Mr. Winfield too weak even to throw a little old lady down a flight of steps.
Those poor little creatures.
Yeah, but you can be grateful they didn't make you sick, too. Parrot fever is so contagious that no more than one person in 1,000 could be exposed to it and escape infection. It was pretty darn close to a miracle, Ada.
We're hard to kill, Doctor. Remember? The old ones are hard to kill.
They say that people are living longer than ever before. And when we look at Ada Canby, we can understand why. She's a tough old lady. So tough she could withstand the threats of man, beasts, and bird. So let that be a warning to all those who think that our senior citizens are easy prey for crime. Watch out. They may turn the tables on you. Or the stairs. I'll be back shortly. We have one final comment for you on behalf of Ada Canby and old people everywhere. There's a saying, there's no fool like an old fool. But it's also true that there's no wisdom and strength like old wisdom and strength. There. Does that make you feel better about your next birthday? Our cast included Agnes Moorehead, Leon Janney, and Roger DeCoven. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale. Where are we? Nowhere.
Perhaps you are nowhere, Mr. Peterson.
Okay, tell me where you are.
I have faith. I believe Tom will be found, or he will find himself, and he will have an absolutely reasonable and rational explanation.
I hope so.
Hetty! Oh, Hetty! Tom! Oh, Tom, darling. Tom, what happened to you? I was so scared. Oh, darling, you're all right?
Hetty, are you all right?
Yes.
I don't understand. I happened to tune in the news, and there it was. Tom Parsons, accountant, with offices in the Barstow building, had disappeared under mysterious circumstances.
Tom, I was so worried.
Mr. Parsons was driving with his wife. He stepped out of the car to clean off the rear window, and... Hetty, what did you tell them? I wasn't in the car with you. I was at home.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Saturday Night Theatre. We present Sybil Thorndike with Jill Balkan and Carlton Hobbs in The Sacred Flame by Somerset Maugham, adapted for radio by Peter Watts. It's a spring evening. In the drawing room of the Tabrets' house outside London are Mrs. Tabret and her invalid son Maurice, who's playing chess with his doctor, and Nurse Wayland. The Sacred Flame.
Speed is the essence of chess, old boy.
Don't let the brute bully me, Mrs. Tabret.
I think you're quite capable of taking care of yourself, Doctor. Besides, how can anyone bully effectively from an invalid bed?
If you moved your bishop, you'd make things a bit awkward for me.
Now, how on earth do you expect poor Nurse Wayland to read when you never for an instant hold your tongue? I can't even hear myself tatting.
I don't mind, Mrs. Tabret. Don't bother about me.
After listening to my sprightly conversation for nearly 5 years, Nurse Wayland pays no more attention to me than if I were a deaf mute.
Well, who can blame her?
Even when pain and anguish wring my brow and I swear like 50,000 troopers, I never managed to bring the blush of shame to her maiden cheek.
I know. It's exasperating.
It's worse than that, Nurse. It's inconsiderate. It would relieve me to see you blench with horror. Oh, watch the doctor. He's about to move. Very careful, old boy. The position is fraught with danger.
I'm going to move my knight.
What would you say if I gave that little pawn a push and murmured, check?
Well, I should say it was your right, but I should think it a trifle vulgar.
Do you know what I'd do now in your place?
No, I don't.
I'd catch my foot in the leg of the table and kick it over accidentally. That's the only way you can save yourself from getting the worst hiding I've ever given you.
Go to the devil. There.
Oh, you do that, do you?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
If you please, Ma'am, Major Laconda wants to know if it's too late for him to come in and have a drink.
Of course not. Where is he?
He's at the door, sir.
Well, ask him to come in.
Very good, Ma'am.
You know him, don't you, Doctor?
No. He's the fellow who's just taken that furnished house on the golf links, isn't he?
Yes, I knew him years ago in India. That's why he came here.
He was one of Mother's numerous admirers. I understand that she treated him rather badly.
I can well believe it. Does he still cherish a hopeless passion for you, Mrs. Tabret?
I don't know at all, Dr. Harvester. You'd better ask him.
Was he Indian Army?
No, he was a policeman. He's just retired. He's a very good chap, and I believe he's rather a good golfer. My brother Colin has played with him 2 or 3 times.
Well, I asked him to dine tonight so that Maurice could get a game of bridge, but he couldn't come.
Major Laconda.
How do you do? How very nice of you to look in.
I was on my way home and saw that your lights were on, so I thought I'd just ask if anyone would like to give me a Doc and Doris.
Help yourself. The whiskey's on the table.
Oh, thank you. How are you, nurse?
How do you do?
And the patient?
Bearing up pretty well, considering all he has to put up with.
You're in your usual high spirits.
I don't think you know Dr. Harvester.
How to do?
Mrs. Tabret tells me you're a very good doctor.
Well, I take great pains to impress the fact on my patients.
His only serious fault is that he thinks he can play chess.
Oh, don't let me disturb your game.
Oh, it's finished.
Not at all. I have 3 possible moves. What do you say to that?
Mate, you poor fish. Damn.
Have you beaten him?
Hello.
Shall I put the chess things away?
If you wouldn't mind.
Oh, I won't keep you up. I'll just swallow my drink and take myself off. I really only came to say I was sorry I couldn't come to dinner.
Oh, there's no hurry, you know. I'm not going to bed for hours.
Well, we're really waiting up for Stella and Colin. They've gone to the opera.
I'm a night owl. I never go to bed till I can help it.
You're the man for my money.
I've got a day's work before me. I'll just have a drop of scotch to assuage the pangs of defeat, and then I must run.
Major, let's send the rest of them off to bed and have a good old gossip by ourselves,
I'm willing.
Well, if you really want to stay up, Maurice, let Nurse Whalen get you ready. And then you only just got to slip into bed. And Colin can help you.
All right. What do you say to that, Nurse?
Well, it's just as you like. I'm quite prepared to stay up until Mrs. Morris comes in. I'll put you to bed after you've said good night to her.
No, come on. You're looking tired.
You know, you're looking a little peaked, Nurse. I think it's nearly time you had another holiday.
Oh, I don't want another holiday for months.
Put your shoulder to the wheel, Nurse, and gently trundle the wounded hero to his bedchamber.
Oh.
Shall I come and help?
No, not on your life. It's bad enough to be messed about by one person. I don't want a crowd, damn it.
Sorry.
We shall be back in 10 minutes.
She seems a very nice woman, that nurse.
Yes. She's extremely competent, and I must say she's very gentle and kind.
You've had her ever since poor Maurice crashed, haven't you?
Oh, no. We had 3 or 4 before she came. All more or less odious.
She's a rattling good nurse. I think you're lucky to have got her.
Yes, I'm sure we are. The only fault I have to find with her is that she's so very reserved. She's been with us all day and every day for nearly 5 years, and I only just know that her name is Beatrice. She calls the boys Mr. Morris and Mr. Colin, and Stella she calls Mrs. Morris. She certainly doesn't encourage familiarity.
I can't imagine skylarking with her at a Sunday school treat, I must admit.
Of course, she's a little tactless. It never seems to occur to her that Morris wants to be alone with his wife. Poor lamb, he has so little. He likes to say good night to Stella the last thing, and he likes to say it without anyone looking on. And Nurse Whalen seems to find something to do just at that last moment. That's why he's staying up now.
But good Lord, why don't you tell her?
She's terribly sensitive. Haven't you noticed how often rather tactless people are? They'll stamp on your toes, and then when you tuck them up out of harm's way, they're so offended.
I suppose Maurice is absolutely dependent upon her.
Oh, absolutely. All sorts of rather unpleasant things have to be done for him, poor dear, and he can't bear that anyone should know about them, especially Stella.
Yes, I've discovered that. He doesn't want Stella to have anything to do with his illness.
Doctor, is there really no chance of his getting better?
I'm afraid not.
It's a miracle that he's alive at all.
He was terribly smashed up, you know. The lower part of his spine was broken, and the plane caught fire, and he was badly burnt.
His courage amazes me. He never seems low or depressed.
No, never. His spirits are wonderful. It's one of the most anguishing things I know, to see him when he's in pain and there are beads of sweat on his brow force a joke from his lips.
I'm sorry Colin is going away so soon, Mrs. Tabret. I think his being here has done Maurice a lot of good.
When they were boys, they were great friends. And, you know, brothers aren't always.
They're not indeed.
And Colin has been away so long. He went to Central America just before Maurice crashed, you know. He put all his share of his father's money in a coffee plantation, and it's doing very well. He loves the life out there, and it seems cruel to ask him to give it up to help us look after his crippled brother.
Oh, I think it would be very unfair. One has no right to ask anyone to give up his own chance of making the best he can of life.
At all events, with the young one may ask, but the likelihood of their consenting is very slight.
Not at all, Mrs. Tabret. The country's full of desiccated females who've given up their lives to taking care of an invalid mother.
When I was at Bath, I saw a good many couples like that, and to tell you the truth, I sometimes wondered why the daughters didn't murder their mothers.
Well, they often do. Every doctor's had a case where he has a strong suspicion that some old woman who lived too long has been poisoned by her relatives, and he takes jolly good care not to say anything about it.
Why?
Oh, it's rotten for a man's practice. Nothing can do you so much damage as to be mixed up in a murder case.
I often pondered over the problem of the woman who, like myself, was no longer young and suffers from indifferent health. I'm not sure if the best way of dealing with us wouldn't be to do as some African tribes do. At a certain age, take us to the river's brim and push us gently but firmly in.
What happens if they can swim?
Well, the families stand on the banks with brickbats and take pot shots at their struggling but aged grandmother. That discourages her efforts to get out.
Here we are again. I'm all fixed up and ready for any excitement.
I must go.
Yes, and Nurse Wayland should go to bed.
Are you sure Mrs. Morris and your brother won't go and have supper after the opera?
I'm sure they will.
Then they won't be home till 4.
Does that mean you disapprove of my staying up, you hard and brutal woman?
Doesn't Dr. Harvester?
Oh, very much. But I'm aware that Maurice has no intention of going to sleep till he knows his wife is safely home again, and my theory is that it only does people good now and then to do what they shouldn't.
Ah, that's the kind of doctor for me.
What's that?
What, Maurice?
I thought I heard a car. Yes, by Jove, it's Stella.
Do you mean to say you can hear from this distance?
You bet your life I can. Yes, that's the family bus.
Well, I must go.
No, just stay a minute and see Stella. She's got her best bib and tucker on, and she's a sight for sore eyes.
Oh, by the way, what were they giving at the opera tonight?
Tristan.
That's why I insisted on Stella's going. It was after Tristan that we got engaged. Do you remember, Mother?
Of course I do.
We'd all been to hear it, and then we went on to supper. I drove Stella around Regent's Park in a little two-seater I had then, and I swore I'd go on driving round and round till she promised to marry me. Tristan had given her such an appetite that by the time we were halfway round the second time, she said, "Oh, well, if I must either marry you or die of starvation, I'd sooner marry you."
Is there a word of truth in this story, Mrs. Tabret?
Well, all I know is that the rest of us had only just ordered our supper when they came in looking like a pair of cats who'd swallowed a canary and said they were engaged.
Stella?
Darling, have you missed me?
Why are you back already, you wretched girl? Colin, why didn't you drag her off to have supper?
Sorry, old boy, I couldn't do anything about it.
I was so thrilled by the opera. I felt I simply couldn't eat a thing.
Oh, hang it all. You might have gone to Lucien's and had a dance or two and a bottle of bubbly. What's the good of my buying you a new dress when you won't let anyone see it? Major, she said it was too dressed up to go to the opera in, but I exercised my marital authority and made her.
Quite right, too.
Darling, I wanted to show it off in the intervals, but I hadn't the nerve and I kept my cloak on.
Well, take it off now and show the gentlemen. Oh, no. The only way I managed to get them to stay was by promising a look at your new dress when you came home.
What nonsense. As if Major Leconda or Dr. Harvester knew one frock from another.
Oh, don't be so damned contemptuous of the male sex, Stella. Take off your cloak and let's have a good look at you.
You brute, Maurice. You've made me feel shy now.
Stand up.
Oh, it's lovely.
Hello, what's the matter?
Stella, what is it?
It's nothing. I feel so frightfully faint.
Oh, my dear.
Stella.
It's all right, Maurice, don't fuss. Now, put your head down between your knees.
Let me, Doctor.
No, don't. Don't touch me. I shall be all right again in a minute. It's silly of me.
I'm sorry, darling. It was my fault.
It's nothing. I feel better already.
Well, my own belief is that she's just faint from lack of food. What time did you dine?
We didn't dine. We just had some caviar and half a bottle of champagne before the opera.
You're a ridiculous pair.
I enjoy Wagner so much more on an empty stomach. I'm really quite all right now.
Nurse, would you mind going to the kitchen and seeing if you can find anything for these silly young things to eat?
Of course not. There ought to be some ham. I'll make them some sandwiches.
Colin, get a bottle of champagne out of the cellar.
All right, Mother.
I'll see if there's any ice.
I've got a thirst I wouldn't sell for £20.
Well, I'll say goodbye. I'm sorry you're feeling poorly, Stella.
I shall be all right when I've had something to eat. I think Mother's quite right.
What I want is a large ham sandwich with a lot of mustard on it.
You're looking better, you know. Just for a moment you were as white as a sheet.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. It was so nice of you to look in.
I'll just stay a moment or two longer, if you don't mind. I don't trust these young women who don't feed themselves properly.
Well, let's take a turn in the garden, shall we, Doctor? It's so warm and lovely.
Yes, come on. And I hope Nurse Wayland has the sense to cut a sandwich for me, too.
Darling,
I'm sorry I made such a fool of myself.
you scared the life out of me, you little beast. Why didn't you go on to some place and have a bite before you came home?
I wanted to get back.
You didn't go on to dance because you thought I should be waiting up for you.
Don't be an old silly. You don't imagine I care a hang about dancing.
You little liar. How can anyone dance as well as you without being crazy about it? You're the best dancer I ever danced with.
Oh, but I'm not so young as I was.
You're 28, only a girl. You ought to be having the time of your life.
Nonsense.
Oh, my dear. It is rotten for you.
Darling, don't talk like that. I married you because I loved you. What a foul brute I should be if I stopped loving you now that you want my love more than ever.
Oh, my dear. We can't love because we ought to. Love comes and goes, and we can none of us help ourselves.
Maurice, what do you mean? Has there been anything to lead you to think that I wasn't the same as I've always been?
No, darling. You've been angelic always. But what's the matter? You suddenly went quite white. You're not feeling faint again?
No, I'm all right.
You know, if I've seemed often to take things for granted, you mustn't think I'm not conscious all the time how much I owe you.
That's very silly of you, my pet. I don't know that I've done anything for you at all, except be moderately civil. You've never let me.
I've never let you nurse me. No, not in your life. My precious, I don't want you to smell of antiseptics. I want you to smell of the dawn. I'm so grateful to you, Stella.
Maurice.
You know that I'm never going to get well, Stella, don't you?
I don't indeed. It's a long business, we know that. But I'm absolutely convinced that you'll get, at all events, very much better.
They tell me that one of these days they'll try operating again to see if they can't possibly put me right. But I know they're lying. They pretend they can do something in order to give me hope. And I pretend to believe them because it's the easiest thing to do. I know I'm here for life, Stella.
Then let's take what comfort we can in the great joy we've had in one another. In the days when you were well and strong. I shall always be grateful for the happiness you gave me and for your love.
Do you think that's changed?
No.
I love you as deeply, as devotedly as I ever did. I'm not often silly and sentimental, am I, Stella?
Is it so silly to be sentimental? No, you're not often.
You're everything in the world to me, Stella. People have been most awfully kind to me, and it's not till you're crocked up as I am that you find out how kind people are. But there's not one of them that I wouldn't see in hell if it would save you from unhappiness or trouble.
Well, I wouldn't tell them if I were you. I don't believe they'd awfully like it.
I ought to be frightened because I'm so dependent on you. But I'm not, because I know, not just with my mind or my heart, but with every nerve in me, how good you are.
How darling, you really are exaggerating. If you go on like this, I shall send you to your room.
My precious. You can laugh at me, but I see the tears in your lovely eyes.
Maurice, I'm a very weak, a very imperfect and a very sinful woman.
You silly little ass.
Why are you saying all this to me just tonight?
I should never have mentioned it, only I wanted to tell you that it's you who've given me the courage to carry on. I'm not unhappy. I don't know how many years I shall hang on, but if you'll help me, darling, I think I can make a pretty good job of it. I owe everything to you. Nothing matters to me very much when I know I shall see you tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after that, and always.
Maurice, I'm unworthy of such love. I'm so ashamed. I'm so selfish. I'm so thoughtless.
Never.
Why did you make me go out tonight? Did you think it was any pleasure to me?
I didn't care. I was thinking of my pleasure. I wanted you to hear again the music we'd heard together that night we got engaged. Do you remember how you cried in the second act when Tristan and Isolde sing that duet of theirs and I held your hand in the dark?
I cried because I loved you, and I was happy.
Did you cry tonight?
I don't know.
You know, that music is stunning, isn't it?
People seem to think it's above the average.
You seemed to carry it still in your eyes when you came in. Oh, they were bright and shining. They were like grey, deep pools of light. You've never looked so beautiful as you look tonight. You made the Venus de Milo look like a lump of cheese.
Go on, darling. I can bear much more in the same strain.
I could go on for weeks.
No, then I'd be afraid you were prejudiced. Go on till the sandwiches come in.
Give me your hands.
No, I won't. Let's be sensible and talk about what's going to win the Grand National.
Of course, the honest truth is that you're ever so much lovelier than when I married you. What is there that gives you this sudden new radiance?
I don't know why I should look any different from usual.
I watch your face. I know every change in it from day to day. A year ago, you had a strained, almost a hunted look. But now, lately, you've had an air that's strangely peaceful. You've gained a sort of beautiful serenity.
My poor lamb. I'm afraid that can only be due to advancing years. Soon you'll discover the first wrinkle on my forehead, and then the first white hair.
No, you must never grow old. I couldn't bear it. How cruel to think that all that beauty...
No, don't, Maurice. Please.
It would have been better for both of us if I'd been killed when I crashed. I'm no use to you. I'm no use to anybody.
Maurice, how can you say that? Don't you know how desperately afraid I was when they told me you were hurt, and how relieved, how infinitely thankful when they told me at last that you would live?
They should never have let me. Why didn't they put me out of my misery? It only wanted an injection, a little stronger than usual. Yes, that was the cruelty, to bring me back to life. Cruel to me and 10 times more cruel to you.
I won't let you say it. It's not true. It's not true.
I think I could have borne it if we'd had a child. Oh, Stella, if we'd only had one, I could think to myself that it was you and me. And you would have something to console you. After all, it's a woman's destiny to have children. You wouldn't have felt that you'd entirely wasted your life.
But, Maurice, my dear, I don't feel I've wasted my life. You're not yourself tonight. You're ill and tired. What's come over you?
I love you, Stella. I wanted to take you in my arms as I used to. I want to press my lips to yours and see your eyes close and your head fall back and feel your dear, soft body grow tense. Oh, Stella. Stella, I can't bear it.
Maurice, darling. Don't cry.
I can't. What a damned fool I am. Give me a handkerchief.
Here. My dear, you did frighten me.
It's what they call a nerve storm. It's lucky it was only you here. It would have been a pretty kettle of fish if Nurse Wayland had seen me like that.
It would have been a much prettier kettle of fish if I'd seen you clinging to her.
I say, you haven't got a mirror, have you?
My angel, how do you imagine I apply lipstick? Here.
For an intrepid aviator, I look rather tear-stained, if I may say so.
Let me powder your nose, then. You can't think what a comfort it is after you've been upset.
Go on with you. Now, you can give me a whiskey and soda if you like.
All right, but I'll powder mine.
I feel like a house on fire now.
I wish someone would explain to me how it is that a dab of powder can in the twinkling of an eye reduce a woman's nose from an unwieldy lump to a dear little thing that no one can deny is her best feature.
These are the miracles of science that we read about.
Now I'll get your whiskey and soda.
Here's Colin. I'll have a glass of champagne instead.
I'm afraid I've been an awful time.
I knew you couldn't be trusted in the cellar by yourself. We were just going to send a search party after you.
Well, first I couldn't find anything to break the ice with, and then I couldn't find the nippers to cut the wire. Then I thought I might as well put the car away. I didn't want to leave it outside all night.
Meanwhile, Stella is famishing.
Nurse Wayler's just coming. She's making some sandwiches with grilled bacon. They smell a fair treat.
Here she is. That is kind of you, Nurse. If there's anything I adore, it's bacon sandwiches.
I haven't brought any knives and forks. I thought you could eat with your fingers.
Heavenly.
I just bolt up and change my coat.
Well, I'm not going to wait for you.
All right, go right ahead. But leave me my fair share, or else all is over between us.
Where are the others? Dr. Harvester, come and eat a sandwich before it gets cold.
I don't think I'll wait to see you people make pigs of yourselves. I think I'll turn in.
Aren't you going to have a drink with us?
I don't think I will, if you don't mind. I'm rather tired.
Oh, I'm sorry, Maurice. But there's nothing to stay up for if you're tired.
I'll wheel you to your room.
You might look in on your way up to bed, Stella.
Yes, rather. But I shan't disturb you if you're asleep.
I shan't be asleep. I've got a bit of a head. I'll just lie still in the dark. It'll go away.
Did I hear you calling me?
You did. Maurice is going to bed.
Oh, I'm so glad it's fearfully late. Good night, old boy. Sleep well.
Good night, Mother. Bless you.
Well, let me give you a hand, Nurse.
Oh, I can manage perfectly, thank you. I'm so used to wheeling the invalid bed, and he weighs nothing.
Never mind. Let me push him in. I'd like to.
Oh, let the man do something for his money, Nurse. You bring me drops and me powder puff, dearie.
Don't be long, Doctor, or the sandwiches will be stone cold.
Right.
Maurice is rather nervy tonight.
Yes, I noticed it.
I'm sorry I went to the opera.
Oh, my dear, you go out so little.
I haven't the inclination, really.
Mm-hmm. I'm afraid you're awfully tired.
Oh, dead.
Well, why don't you eat something?
No, I'll wait till the others come.
Whatever happens, darling, I want you to know that I'm deeply grateful for all that you have done for Maurice.
Why do you say that? You don't think he's any worse?
No, I think he's just about the same as usual.
You startled me. I don't know why you should suddenly say a thing like that.
Mm-hmm. Is there any reason why I shouldn't?
It sounded strangely ominous.
Well, I feel I'd like you to know that I realize what a great sacrifice you've made for him for so many years. You mustn't think that I've taken it as a matter of course.
Oh, don't. If there was anything I could do to make things a little easier for Maurice, I was anxious to do it.
After all, you didn't marry him to be the helpmate of a hopeless cripple.
One takes the rough with the smooth.
Well, you're a very young and very beautiful woman. You have the right to live your life just as everyone else has. For 6 years now, you've given up everything to be the sole comfort of a man who is your husband only because a legal ceremony has joined you together.
No, because love has joined us together.
Oh, my poor child, I'm so desperately sorry for you. Whatever the future may have in store, I shall never forget your courage, your self-sacrifice, and your patience.
I don't understand what you mean.
Don't you?
Hello. Where are the others?
Maurice has gone to bed. Dr. Harvester's just coming.
Now, come on, children, and sit down and have something to eat.
I'll pour out some wine, shall I?
Lovely sandwiches.
Nurse Wayland makes them very well, doesn't she?
Marvellously. Oh, Doctor, if you don't hurry up, you'll be too late.
I'll just have a sandwich and swallow one glass and bolt. It's only old time, and I've got to be up bright and early in the morning.
Was Maurice all right?
Oh, fairly. He's a bit down tonight for some reason. I don't know why. He was in great spirits earlier in the evening.
Oh, I expect he's just tired. He would sit up.
He says he's got a headache. I've left him a sleeping draught that he can take if he can't get off or wakes in the night and feels restless.
I'll go in and see him before I go to bed. If he can only get a good rest, I'm sure he'll be his usual self tomorrow.
Sit with him a little, Stella.
Of course I will.
Well, I must be off. Good night, Mrs. Tabret. I've had a jolly evening.
Well, I'll come and see you to the door. Then I shall go up to bed.
Thank you.
Good night, children.
Good night.
Good night, Colin, dear. And don't stay up too late, either of you.
And put out the lights and see that the windows are properly closed and the safety catches in place. I will, Mother.
You see how these boys treat me?
Yeah.
They've no respect for their aged mother.
Certain amount of restrained affection, however.
Oh, bless you, my dears, now and always.
Good night.
Good night, Doctor. We shall see you in a day or two, I suppose.
Oh, I expect so.
Good night, Doctor.
I'll see you out.
Stella. Stella.
Oh, Colin.
Oh, my poor darling.
What shall I do? Colin, what have we done?
Darling.
Maurice was so strange tonight, I couldn't make him out. I was almost afraid he suspected.
Impossible.
He must never know. Never. I'd do anything in the world to prevent it.
I'm so terribly sorry.
We're in a hopeless pass. Hopeless. Why did you ever love me? Why did I ever love you?
Stella.
Oh, I'm so ashamed.
Major Laconda.
Oh, how do you do?
My dear boy, what an awful thing. I'm absolutely horrified. I've only just this minute heard.
It's nice of you to have come.
I'd been playing golf. Someone told me at the clubhouse when I got in. I could hardly believe it.
I'm afraid it's true all the same.
But Maurice seemed comparatively well last night.
Anyhow, no worse than usual.
I thought him in such good spirits. He was full of fun. He was cracking jokes.
Yes, I know.
Well, Blake came up when I was standing at the bar and said to me, I say, have you heard that poor Maurice Tabret died last night? By George, it gave me a shock. You know, when one isn't as young as one was, it always gives one a turn.
I suppose it does.
Blake hadn't heard any of the details. Was he taken suddenly worse in the night?
No, he said he was rather tired. It was getting a bit late, you know. He seemed all right, though.
Did he just die in his sleep?
I suppose so.
Ah, that's the best way, isn't it? We'd all give something to know for certain that when our time came, we'd pass out like that.
He can't have felt ill, or he'd have rung. There's a bell push under his pillow, and it rings in Nurse Whalen's room. She'd have been down like a flash if there'd been a sound.
She heard nothing?
Nothing.
When did she find out, then?
Well, you see, sometimes if he'd had a poorish night, he slept rather late in the morning, and he was always allowed to sleep on.
Yes.
You know what nurses are. However rotten a night you've had, they come bustling in at the crack of dawn. You must be washed and have your hair brushed.
Oh, don't I know it. I never know which I dread most, an attack of malaria or a really efficient nurse.
Yes, but Nurse Whalen's really a very good sort.
Huh? Oh, I know. It struck me that she was a thoroughly nice girl.
Yes, but when she first came, she wanted to get Maurice ready for the day, as she called it, at 8 o'clock every morning. Well, Stella put her foot down. She said she didn't want to interfere with anything else, but on that point she insisted, and Nurse Whalen could either knuckle under or go.
Quite right, but go on.
Well, we were just finishing breakfast this morning when Nurse Whalen came in. I noticed she was very white. She said she'd just been in to Maurice. Stella got right up on her hind legs. I won't have it, she said. I've forbidden you to go into the rings. Never seen Stella in such a passion. I saw Nurse Whalen was trembling. She looked all funny, scared, you know. But not of Stella. Is anything the matter, Nurse? I asked. She gave a sort of cry and clenched her hands. I'm afraid he's dead, she said.
Good Lord, how awful.
Stella gave a sort of gasp and then went into a dead faint.
Your poor mother.
Mother was wonderful. You know how when half a dozen things happen at a time, you seem to see them all separately and yet together.
Yes.
I sprang forward to help Stella, and I saw Mother sitting at the table with a piece of toast in her hand. She never made a sound. She seemed all of a sudden to become an old, old woman.
But why didn't the fool break it to you more gently?
Then Mother stood up. She got hold of herself quicker than any of us. I never knew she had such nerve.
Oh, she's a woman in 1,000. I know that.
You'd better go for Dr. Harvester. She said to me, I'll never get the sound of her voice out of my ears.
Hold on, old man. It's no good you going to pieces. Don't tell me any more if it upsets you.
No, I'm all right. So I got the car and brought him back with me. He said he thought poor Maurice had been dead for a good 2 hours.
Did he say what had happened?
Thinks it may have been an embolism or perhaps heart failure.
How about Stella?
She's all right, thank heaven. But did she give me a fright?
I don't wonder.
Harvester wanted her to go to bed, but she wouldn't. She's in Maurice's room now.
But what about your mother?
Harvester's with her. He had to go and see some patients, but he came back again just before you arrived. Here he is.
Hello, Major.
This is a very sad business, Doctor.
Well, it's naturally been a dreadful shock to Mrs. Tabret and Stella.
How is Mrs. Tabret?
Well, she's bearing up wonderfully. She's very much upset, but she's trying not to show it.
I wonder if she'd like to see me.
I'm sure she would.
Shall I run up and see?
It would be very kind of you, Colin. Oh, say that if she doesn't want to be bothered with me, she has only to say so. I shall quite understand.
All right.
You know, I've known Mrs. Tabret for over 30 years. Her husband was in the Indian Civil.
Yes, she told me.
They were almost the first people I got to know at all well when I went out to India. She's one of the best, you know. She always was. Everybody liked her.
Well, of course, I've seen a good deal of her during the last 5 years. She's really been wonderful. So has Stella, for that matter.
I could wish the end hadn't come quite so suddenly.
Oh, why? It's much better that he should have passed out like that rather than get inflammation of the lungs or something of that sort that he just hadn't the strength to fight against.
Oh, so far as he was concerned, yes, I was thinking of his mother and Stella.
Oh, hello, nurse. I thought you were having a rest.
Good morning, nurse.
Good morning, Major. I'm glad you came round. Mrs. Tabret will be glad to see you.
I told you to go and lie down, nurse.
I couldn't. I was too restless.
I'm afraid it's been as great a shock to Nurse Wayland as to the rest of us. After all, you've been looking after Maurice for a long time.
Yes, it's been a great shock to me. He was a dear. One couldn't help admiring him. He bore his terrible misfortune with so much courage.
He was splendid. There's no doubt about that.
I naturally grew attached to him. He was always so gay and so grateful for what one did for him.
I suppose you'll try to get a good long holiday before you take another job.
I haven't made any plans yet.
To tell you the truth, you're looking all in.
Oh, am I?
You must try not to take it too hard.
A nurse naturally doesn't like to lose a patient, especially so unexpectedly.
It was always on the cards that he'd go out suddenly.
Like a candle that you blow out when you don't want it anymore. Where does the flame go then?
My dear, I'm afraid you're taking poor Maurice's death a good deal more to heart than is quite wise.
Did you think he was only a case to me? Even a nurse is human. Strange as it may seem, she has a heart like other people.
Of course she has a heart. But it doesn't do her or her patients any good if she allows her emotions to get the better of her common sense.
Does that mean you think I've been inefficient?
Of course not. Heaven knows you never spared yourself. Well, perhaps you've been trying to do a little too much for your strength. Now, you take my advice, my dear, and go for a holiday. What you want is a real rest.
What is it, in your opinion, that Maurice Tabret actually died of?
Heart failure.
Everybody dies of heart failure.
Of course. But that's as good a thing as any to put on the death certificate.
Are you going to have a post-mortem?
No. Why should I? It's quite unnecessary.
I don't agree with you.
I'm sorry, but it's my affair. If I'm prepared to sign the death certificate, I don't know that anyone else has any right to say anything about it.
You've told me half a dozen times that Maurice Tabret might have lived for years.
So he might. I can tell you now that it's a blessing for everybody concerned with him that he didn't.
Dr. Harvester, Maurice Tabret was murdered.
What are you talking about?
Do you want me to repeat it? Maurice Tabret was murdered.
Rubbish.
I dare say you're not quite yourself this morning, nurse. It's very natural, but you must try to be reasonable. You oughtn't to say things that you can't possibly mean.
I'm in complete possession of my senses, Major Leconda, and I know perfectly well what I'm saying.
Do you mean to say that you intended that statement to be taken literally?
Quite.
It's a very serious one, you know.
I'm aware of that.
It's grotesque.
You've known me for 5 years, Dr. Harvester. Have I ever given you to imagine that I'm a neurotic or hysterical woman, given to talking in a wild and exaggerated way?
No, but...
Now, let's listen to what Nurse Wayland has to say. Do you mean by any chance that you're dissatisfied with the way your patient was treated by Dr. Harvester?
By George, that never occurred to me. Is that it, Nurse? Now, don't hesitate to say anything you want to. I shan't be in the least offended.
So far as I could judge, you did everything for Maurice Tabret that medical skill could do.
Well, Nurse Wayland.
I'm a trained nurse, Major Leconda. You can't imagine that if Maurice Tabret had died as the result of an error in treatment on Dr. Harvester's part, I should be so heartless as to distress the relatives by mentioning it.
Well, I don't want to seem flippant on such an occasion, but I am forced to say that your magnanimity overwhelms me, Nurse Wayland.
You can be flippant or condescending or sarcastic, Dr. Harvester. It means nothing to me.
I'm sure it'll do no harm if we're all civil to one another, at least for a little while longer.
I've made a definite charge, and I stick to it.
The charge being that some person or persons unknown murdered Maurice Tabret?
Yes.
But, my dear, why should anyone want to murder poor Maurice?
That, at present, is no business of mine.
Now, look here, Nurse. You know just as well as I do that everyone connected with him was devoted to Maurice. No one was ever more surrounded with love and affection than he was. It's incredible that anyone should even have wished him harm.
Whatever I may think or may not think, I am at liberty to keep to myself. I am not in the witness box.
The witness box? Do you already see yourself giving sensational evidence at the Old Bailey?
I can honestly say that I can imagine nothing more hateful than the notoriety if I were obliged to appear in court.
Well, there'd be notoriety, all right. Oh, come now, Nurse Wayland. You know just as well as I do that Maurice died of natural causes. What on earth is the use of making a fuss and getting everyone upset?
If he died of natural causes, a post-mortem will prove it, and then I shall have nothing more to say.
I'm not going to have a post-mortem. You know how the relatives hate it.
Are you afraid of what it will show?
Of course not.
I warn you that if you sign the death certificate, I shall go straight to the coroner and make a protest.
I should have thought the Tabrets had had enough to put up with.
Major Leconda, you were in the Indian police, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
You ought to know about such things. Will you tell me what is the duty of a nurse who has reason to believe that her patient has come to his death by foul play?
I suppose her duty is quite clear. But I think she should be very sure that her reasons are valid before she exposes to distress and publicity a family that has treated her with unvarying kindness.
What are your reasons, anyway? You've made a charge, but to the best of my recollection, you haven't given us an inkling of what it's based on.
If you'd been willing to have a post-mortem, nothing need have been said till we knew the results of it. But you've put me with my back to the wall. Major Leconda is right. Everyone in this house has treated me with the greatest consideration. I do owe it to them to make no charges that may concern them behind their backs.
Well, does that mean you want them sent for?
Please.
I think it's best. You've been so definite, Nurse Wayland, that neither Dr. Harvester nor I can keep the matter to ourselves. However distressing it may be, I think Maurice's family should know what you have to say.
I'm quite prepared to tell them. In point of fact, I think Mrs. Tabret is just coming.
Where is Stella?
Do you want her too?
I think it's better.
Oh, I'll see if I can find her.
I believe she's in Maurice's room.
Don't judge me till you've heard all I have to say, Major Leconda.
Miss Wayland, I happen to be a very old friend of the Tabrets and deeply attached to Mrs. Tabret. I regret that you should think it your duty at this moment of all others to add to their great sorrow. I can only hope that you'll be shown not to have been justified.
In that case, you will have good reason to throw me out of the house, bag and baggage.
It's not my house, Miss Wayland, and I doubt whether Colin Tabret would be willing to depute to me that pleasant task.
I'm just as glad to know who are my friends and who are my enemies.
Here's Mother.
My dear old friend.
I felt that I must come and see you for a moment, my dear. I'm sure you know how deeply I sympathize with you. But I wanted to tell you that if in any way I can be of service to you...
It was very kind of you to come, and just like you.
I'm relieved to see that you're bearing so bravely what must have been a bitter blow.
Well, I'm trying to put my own feelings away, out of sight and mind. I want only to think that my son has ended his long martyrdom. He was not meant to live on a bed of sickness. I will not weep because he is dead. I will rejoice because he is free.
Here she is, Major.
Dr. Harvester told me you were here and wanted to see me.
Stella, I wanted first of all to tell you how much I feel for you in your sad loss.
Thank you, Major. Maurice was never afraid of death. He didn't attach very much importance to it. He told me that he didn't wish me to wear mourning for him. He wanted me to go about and do things exactly as if he were alive.
He loved you so much, Stella. He put your happiness above everything.
I know.
Those lines of Stevenson's keep ringing in my ears. Home is the sailor, home from sea.
And the hunter home from the hill. They're very moving to us who've spent our lives in distant places.
You'll be leaving us very soon now, I suppose, Nurse?
I suppose so.
I want to thank you for everything you did for Maurice, and I want you to know how deeply grateful I am to you.
I did no more than my duty.
Oh, no. You did much more than that. If it had been only your duty, you could never have anticipated Maurice's wants.
Your husband was a very easy patient. He was always anxious not to give trouble.
I've got a little plan that I wanted to tell you about. I've talked it over with Mrs. Tabret, and she very much approves of it. You've had a long and hard time here, and your month's holiday a year has been very little rest. You've often talked to me about your sister in South Africa, and I know how much you've wanted to travel. If you'll allow me, I should like to make it possible for you to go out there and have a good time.
I don't think I understand what you mean.
Well, my dear, a nurse's salary is never very large. I know that Maurice has left me everything he had, and it would be dear of you if you would let me make you a present of a few £100, so that you could go for a nice long journey and need not think of earning your living for a while.
Do you think that I would take money from you? Is that what you take me for?
But what on earth is the harm of it? Come, Nurse, don't be unreasonable. You know I don't want to offend you.
What I've done, I've been paid for. If I wasn't satisfied with the payment I received, I only had to go.
Nurse, what is the matter? What have I said?
You mustn't take what Nurse Wayland says too literally. She really isn't herself today.
No, Harvester, it's no good taking up that attitude. The position is much too serious. Stella.
Yes?
I've got something very unpleasant to tell you. I would sooner not have added to your present trouble, but I'm afraid it can't be avoided.
What is it?
Nurse Wayland is not satisfied that Maurice died from heart failure.
But if Dr. Harvester says so, surely he knows best.
I'm prepared to sign the death certificate. I have no doubt in my mind of the cause of death.
Nurse Wayland thinks there ought to be a post-mortem.
Never. Never. Poor Maurice's body has suffered enough. I won't have him cut about to satisfy an idle curiosity. I absolutely refuse.
I understand that an autopsy cannot be held except with the consent of the next of kin.
Or on the order of the coroner.
What does she mean by that?
I'm afraid she means that if you persist in your refusal, she'll go to the proper authority and make the statement she has already made to Dr. Harvester and me.
What is this statement?
Do you wish to repeat it, Nurse Wayland?
Not particularly. I have no objection to your doing so.
Do you really insist on going through with this, Nurse? What you said to the Major and me was more or less confidential, wasn't it? If anything further is said, the matter must necessarily go out of our control. I think you should consider the consequences of your attitude and the harm that may arise.
I can't keep silent. I should never forgive myself.
Nurse Wayland states that Maurice's death was not due to his illness, but to some other cause.
I'm dreadfully sorry, but I don't understand. What other cause could have brought about his death?
She says he was murdered.
Murdered?
Oh, Maurice, Maurice.
You must be mad, Nurse.
Harvester and I have pointed out to her that he was regarded by everyone connected with him with the greatest affection.
But it's preposterous.
After the first shock, I'm almost inclined to laugh. Really, Nurse, you must be very nervous and overwrought to have got such an idea in your head. Is that why you were so funny when I asked you to take a year's holiday?
I had no wish that the matter should go so far now. If Dr. Harvester had agreed to my suggestion of having a post-mortem, nothing need have been said till it was discovered if my suspicions were justified or not.
Willing to wound and yet afraid to strike, Nurse Wayland?
You forced me into this position, Dr. Harvester. I only did my duty in telling you my very grave suspicions. And the moment I did, you took up a definitely hostile attitude towards me.
Well, if you want to know, I thought you silly, nervous, and hysterical. Good heavens, I've been in practice long enough to know how wildly people talk. I should be kept pretty busy if I paid any attention, for instance, to what one woman says about another.
Or is it that you're frightened to death of a scandal? You know that notoriety does a doctor no good, and you think it would hurt your practice if anything got into the papers. You don't want to have a post-mortem, because if there is anything, you don't want to know about it. Deny it if you can.
Well, I admit I shouldn't welcome publicity, but I can honestly say that if it were my duty, I shouldn't let my own interests stop me from doing it.
All that is neither here nor there. Nurse Wayland presumably has some grounds for her statement.
Yes, she has. I thought it better she should speak before all concerned.
It was my wish to do so. I don't want to do anything underhand.
Go on, Nurse Wayland.
Mr. Morris often had bouts of sleeplessness. Dr. Harvester had prescribed various sedatives, but he found that chlorelin was the one he supported best. That's true, isn't it?
Quite true. I explained to Morris the danger of his growing dependent on drugs and begged him not to take a dose without my permission, or Nurse Wayland's.
I'm quite sure that he never did.
So am I. He was very sensible and he understood my point. He certainly wasn't lacking in self-control.
Will you tell Major Leconda what instructions you gave me last night?
He was excited and wrought up. I asked Nurse Wayland to give him a tablet and told him that if he woke in the night, he could take it. I thought he'd probably drop off for half an hour or so and then wake up and not be able to get to sleep again.
I dissolved a tablet in half a glass of water and put it by his side. I noticed that there were only 5 tablets left in the bottle, and I made up my mind to order some more. This morning, the bottle was empty.
That's very strange.
Very.
How did you happen to notice?
I was tidying up. I thought it better to put away all the medicines and dressings and so on.
Would 5 tablets have a fatal effect?
6. I left 1 dissolved in water by the side of his bed.
Yes, there's little doubt that the effect would be fatal.
It's all incredible. It's surely much more likely that someone took them for his own use.
Are you absolutely sure that last night the bottle contained 5 tablets?
Absolutely. If anyone took them for his own use, it must have been after I went to bed.
But no one went into Morris's room last night after that but me. I went in to say good night to him.
How do you know that no one else went into his room?
Who could have? There was only Colin and Mother.
You went upstairs, Millie, as I was letting myself out.
Yes, I was very tired. I didn't see any reason to wait while Colin and Stella and the doctor ate a bacon sandwich.
And you didn't go into Morris's room last night, Colin?
No, why should I? I don't need a sleeping draught to make me sleep.
You're not under the impression that I took the tablets, I suppose, Nurse Wayland?
If you had, you could presumably produce at least 4 of them. Believe me, if you'd taken 25 grains of chlorelin at midnight, you wouldn't be standing there now.
The fact remains that 5 tablets disappeared last night. Where are they?
There's always the possibility that they were taken maliciously by someone who wanted to make trouble.
Do you mean me, Dr. Harvester? What do you think I can get out of making trouble? Really, I don't know how such a stupid idea can have crossed your mind. Why should I have asked you to have a post-mortem if I knew for certain, as I must if I'd taken the tablets out of sheer malice, that it would discover nothing?
Isn't it possible that they could have been taken by somebody this morning?
Who?
The housemaid, for instance.
Chlorelin is not a very common drug. I shouldn't have thought a housemaid would ever have heard of it. It's not as though it were aspirin.
I don't know about that. There have been cases in the papers. It's not safe to take it for granted that a housemaid wouldn't have got into the habit of taking something when she couldn't sleep.
Well, it's very easy to make sure. It's Alice who did Morris's room. Let's send for her.
No, that is unnecessary. She was frightened at the idea of going in. I told her she need not and said I would clean up the room and put everything to rights myself. I'm quite sure that she has not been in this morning.
What are we to do, Mother?
You must do exactly what you think fit.
Doctor, is it possible that Morris can have died from chlorelin poisoning?
I've told you that I am satisfied that death was due to natural causes.
I wasn't asking that.
Yes, of course it's possible, but I don't for an instant believe it.
I know that this must add awfully to your grief, Mrs. Tabret. I can't tell you how sorry I am. It seems dreadful that I should have to repay all your kindness to me by increasing your troubles.
My dear, I'm quite ready to believe that you'll do nothing and say nothing but what you think is right.
I'm all confused. It's come as such a dreadful shock. Nurse, do you really think that Maurice died of an overdose of his sleeping draught?
I do.
It's awful.
I think I should tell you that when I found the tablets were missing, I looked in the glass in which I dissolved the one I'd prepared for him. There was still about a dessert spoonful of liquid in the bottom of it. I have put it aside, and I suggest that it should be analysed.
You are wasted in your profession, Nurse Wayland. You have all the makings of a detective.
But wouldn't a draught in which half a dozen tablets had been dissolved be very unpalatable?
Oh, it would be rather bitter. I suppose if one swallowed it down at a gulp, one would hardly notice until one had already drunk it.
It all sounds very circumstantial. I'm afraid there's a dreadful probability in Nurse Wayland's story.
But, my dear, it's absurd. Who on earth would have thought of murdering Maurice?
Oh, that, yes. I wasn't thinking of that. Nurse Wayland can't seriously think that anyone deliberately gave Maurice an overdose of his sleeping draught. But I'm beginning to be desperately afraid that perhaps he took it himself.
Suicide?
He wasn't himself last night. He was very strange. I'd never seen him so nervy.
Was there any reason for that?
I'm afraid so. You see, I'd been to Tristan, and we'd seen it together the night we got engaged. It upset him to think of the past.
Did he speak of suicide?
No.
Has he ever done so?
Never. I don't believe it had entered his head.
What made you think he was upset last night?
He did a thing he'd never done before. He cried. He cried in my arms.
Why, exactly?
Really, Nurse Wayland, there are some things I can't tell you. What passed between my husband and myself was between ourselves. It concerned nobody but us.
I beg your pardon. I should have thought it better for your own sake to be frank.
What do you mean? Are you accusing me of holding something back?
I'm not accusing anybody.
Stella, my dear, I won't ask you anything that is painful for you to answer. But there is just this. If there's anything in what Miss Wayland says, I suppose there'll have to be an inquest. The coroner will certainly ask you if your husband said anything at all that might indicate that suicide was in his mind.
He said it would have been better if the accident had killed him outright. But he wasn't thinking of himself. He was thinking of me.
That's very important.
Oh, Nurse, don't be hard on us. Don't be vindictive because I've been rather sharp with you. My nerves are all on edge today. After all, it's rather natural, isn't it? If poor Maurice did take an overdose of something, can't you square it with your conscience to say nothing about it? He had so little to live for. Can't you spare us the distress and horror of a post-mortem and an inquest?
The question is if Dr. Harvester is still willing to sign the death certificate.
I think Nurse Wayland may very well have been mistaken about the tablets. I can see no reason why I shouldn't.
But you see, I'm quite convinced that Maurice Tabret did not commit suicide.
For what reason?
Well, here's one of them.
Yes?
There was a little liquid still in the glass from which he drank, about a dessert spoonful. You remember I mentioned that?
Yes.
Surely, if a man were going to commit suicide, he would drink the entire contents of the glass, either in one gulp or two. He wouldn't risk making a bad job of what he was about by leaving something at the bottom, least of all a man like Maurice Tabret.
That seems very far-fetched to me.
I must say it seems rather a small point.
Besides, the stuff hasn't been analysed yet.
Is your conviction based on nothing more than that?
No, it is not. Although Maurice Tabret was very good, and I didn't believe he would ever take a tablet without leave, one knows that it's very easy to get into the habit of drug-taking, and then you can't be certain about anyone. Isn't that so, Dr. Harvester?
Yes, I suppose it is.
Sometimes he was terribly depressed. I didn't think it wise to let him have within reach the power of putting an end to himself.
I never saw him depressed.
I know you didn't. You never saw anything.
Nurse Wayland, what have I done to you? Why do you talk to me like that? Your face is all twisted with hate of me. I don't understand. I'm beginning to be frightened of you. What sort of a woman are you that we've had in this house for 5 years?
Now, there's nothing to be frightened of, darling.
Because he joked and laughed when you were there. Did it never occur to you that there were moments when he was overwhelmed with black misery?
Poor lamb, why did he insist on hiding it from me?
His one aim was to make his suffering easy for you to bear. Whatever pain he had, he hid from you so that you shouldn't have the distress of being sorry for him.
You make me feel that I was so cruel to him.
Everything had to be hidden from you. When you were coming, the medicine bottles and the dressings had to be put away so that there should be nothing to remind you that there was anything the matter with him.
I would willingly have done everything for him that you did. It was his most earnest wish that I shouldn't concern myself with the horrid part of his illness.
That's true, Nurse. I'm sure that Stella did Maurice most good by answering him back in the same strain when he chaffed and when he laughed, laughing with him.
I was nothing. I was only his paid nurse. He didn't try to hide from me the despair that filled his heart. He didn't have to pretend to me. He didn't have to be good-tempered or amusing with me. He could be morose, and he knew I wouldn't mind. He could quarrel with me and then say he was sorry if he'd hurt me and know that he couldn't hurt me. You only saw the white mask of the clown. I saw his naked, tortured, triumphant soul.
What are you telling us, Nurse Wayland?
I'm telling you the truth at last.
I wonder if you know what strange truth it is.
But, Nurse, what you've been saying suggests that he did at least have moments of despair when he must have thought of suicide. We know that he was overwrought last night. If his death was not due to natural causes, surely it's extremely likely that he brought it about himself.
It was just one of those moments that I was on my guard against. The chlorine was kept in the bathroom on an upper shelf that he couldn't possibly have got at. I had to stand on a chair myself to reach it.
If a man is determined to do a thing, he can often surmount difficulties that others would have thought insuperable.
Ask Dr. Harvester if it would have been possible for Maurice Tabret to cross the room and go into the bathroom and stand up on a chair.
He had absolutely no power in the lower part of his body. His back was broken by the accident, and the spinal cord terribly injured.
Couldn't he have crawled into the bathroom?
No. I'm bound to admit that is absolutely out of the question.
If he'd got into the bathroom, couldn't he have fished down the bottle with a stick or something?
Perhaps.
Oh, why do you say that, Dr. Harvester? You know that he couldn't sit upright without help.
I'm not so anxious to put the worst construction on everything as you seem to be, Nurse Wayland.
And if he'd got the bottle down, how could he have put it up in its place again?
Oh, after all, we don't know yet that Maurice died of an overdose of chloroform.
The matter can't be left like this, Harvester. I'm afraid there'll have to be an inquest.
Yes, obviously I can't sign the death certificate now. I shall have to communicate with the coroner.
I'm sorry, Dr. Harvester.
I bet you are. I suppose you think it's very self-seeking of me not to want to be mixed up in a scandal. I suppose I ought to laugh at the prospect of smashing up a practice that I paid good money for and have spent 7 years in building up.
Oh, come now, it's not going to be as bad as that. For a hopeless invalid to take an overdose of his sleeping draught is not so uncommon as to excite much comment.
Dr. Harvester knows as well as I do that if Maurice Tabret died of an overdose of chlorine, he couldn't have taken it himself. There's only one word for it, and you all know it. It's murder!
I'm absolutely convinced that he died of natural causes. I can't offer an explanation of the disappearance of those blasted tablets, but there must be an explanation.
The most likely one is that Nurse Wayland was mistaken. And surely it's only reasonable to suppose that if anyone had taken out half a dozen tablets, he would have put others in their place. Aspirin or chloride of potash or something, so that they wouldn't be missed.
People don't think of everything. It's only because a murderer makes some mistake that he's caught.
But hang it all, no one commits a murder without a motive. No one had the smallest reason to wish Maurice dead.
How do you know?
Oh, good Lord, how do I know that 2 and 2 are 4? I know that everybody was devoted to him. And with reason. He was the best fellow in the world.
Did you know that his wife was going to have a baby?
You fiend.
Stella.
I suspected it last night when she nearly fainted. This morning, I knew for certain.
What do you mean? Are you accusing me of having murdered my husband?
Is it true what she says, Stella?
It's quite true.
I'm in a very false position. I'm conscious that I'm interfering in matters that are no affair of mine.
My dear Major, I know that you're kindness itself. You've known Mrs. Tabret for ages, and Maurice and Colin when they were small boys.
All the same, you must see how difficult it is for me to ask the question that inevitably rises in one's mind.
I'll answer without your asking. Of course, it's quite impossible that Maurice should have been the father of the child I'm going to have.
I am the father.
Mr. Colin, you?
Do you mean to say that it escaped your sharp eyes, Nurse, that Colin and Stella were in love with one another?
Did you know?
I think nowadays the young are apt to think their elders even more stupid than advancing years generally make them.
Oh, Mother, what must you think of me?
Do you very much care?
I suppose I ought to be terribly ashamed of myself. I must be sincere. I don't want to make a pretense of remorse that I don't feel. I can no more help loving Colin than I can help the rain falling. I'm proud of the child he's given me.
You're shameless.
But you, Mother, you have every right to think that I treated Maurice abominably. He's beyond the reach of pain. But I bitterly regret the pain I've caused you. I have no excuses to make for myself.
My dear, don't you remember what I said to you last night? I thanked you for all that you've done for Maurice. Did you think I was talking at random? I knew then that you were going to have a baby and that Colin was his father.
Mother, I blame myself so awfully.
You mustn't do that, darling. If a woman doesn't want a man to make love to her, she can very easily prevent it. I didn't prevent Colin from making love to me because I wanted him to. I made him love me.
Oh, Stella, how could I help loving you? I don't blame myself for that. I blame myself because when I knew I loved you, I didn't go away again.
Whatever you may think of me, Mother, and however badly you think I've behaved, I ask you to believe that I didn't give myself to Colin to gratify any passing whim. I loved him with all my heart.
My dear, I know. You say you made him love you. Well, why do you say that, except that you love him so much?
You mustn't think I didn't struggle against it. I told myself that Maurice was a cripple, bedridden, sick, the victim of an unforeseen misfortune. I tried to drive Colin away. I did everything except ask him to go. I couldn't do that. I couldn't. I pretended to myself that it was on your account and on Maurice's. You hadn't seen him for so long. Maurice was so pleased to have him here.
Yes, it's quite true that I hadn't seen Colin for a long time, and Maurice was tremendously pleased to have him here.
Oh, I don't understand you, Mrs. Tabret. You seem to be going out of your way to find excuses for your daughter-in-law. If you knew what was going on, why didn't you stop it?
Well, I'm afraid that I shall shock you, Miss Wayland. I want to put it as delicately as I can, but it is a matter that we English have made indelicate by prudishness and hypocrisy. Stella is young, healthy, and normal. Why should I imagine she has not got the instinct that I had at her age? The sexual instinct is as normal as hunger and as pressing as the desire to sleep. Why should she be deprived of its satisfaction?
It seems to me that the modern world is obsessed by sex. After all, the answer is that you can't go without food and you can't go without sleep, but you can go without the satisfaction of your sexual appetites.
But at what price of nervous disorders and unhealthy emotions?
When Maurice's accident made it impossible for him and Stella ever to live again as man and wife, I asked myself if she would be able to support so false a relationship. They had loved one another as two healthy young things do love. Their love was deep and passionate, but it was rooted in sex. It might have come about with time that it would have acquired a more spiritual character, but they didn't have the time.
May I ask how long you'd been married?
I was married to Maurice about a year before he crashed.
A year. A whole year.
Out of his suffering, a new love did spring up in Maurice's heart, a hungry, clinging, dependent love. I didn't know how long Stella would be content with that. I knew that her pity was infinite. I knew it was so great that she mistook it for love, and I prayed that she would never find out her mistake. She meant everything in the world to Maurice. At first it was easier when we were struggling for his life, but when he settled down to being a chronic invalid, and we knew that he would never be anything else, I was seized with a great fear. I feared that the time would come when she felt she couldn't stand any longer the miserable life that was all he had to offer her. If she wanted to go, I felt we hadn't the right to prevent her, and I knew that if she went, Maurice would die.
I would never have left him. It never entered my head that it was possible.
I saw the strain that it began to be on her nerves. She was as kind as ever and as gentle, but it was an effort. And what is the good you do worth unless you do it as naturally as the flowers give their scent?
I've never been given to understand that good is only good if it's easy to do.
No, I don't suppose it is. But if it's difficult, then I think it benefits the person who does it rather than the person it's done to. That is why it is more blessed to give than to receive.
Oh, I don't understand you. I think that what you say is odious and cynical.
Oh, and I'm afraid that you'll think what I'm going to say is even more cynical and odious. I find myself half wishing that Stella should take a lover.
Mrs. Tabret.
I was willing to shut my eyes to anything so long as she stayed with Maurice. I wanted her to be kind and thoughtful and affectionate to him, and I didn't care about the rest.
Oh, I had such a deep respect for you, Mrs. Tabret. I admired you so much. I used to think that when I was your age, I'd like to be a woman like you.
When Colin came back, and after a while I realized that he and Stella were in love with one another, I did nothing to prevent the almost inevitable consequences. I didn't deliberately say it to myself in so many words that would have shocked me. But in my heart there was a feeling that this would make it all right for Maurice. She wouldn't go now. She was bound to this house by a stronger tie than pity or kindness.
But, Millie, didn't it strike you what great dangers you were exposing them to?
I didn't care. I only thought of Maurice. When they were children, I think I loved them equally, but since his accident, I haven't had room in my heart for anyone but Maurice. He was everything to me. For him, I was prepared to sacrifice Colin and Stella. I hope they'll forgive me.
Oh, my dear, as though there were anything for me to forgive.
You'll only laugh at me if I say I'm shocked. I can't help it. I'm shocked to the very depths of my soul.
I was afraid you would be.
I would have gone to the stake for my belief that no unclean thought had ever entered your head. Didn't it revolt you to think that your son's wife was having an affair with a man under your roof?
Well, I suppose I'm not very easily revolted. I've lived too long abroad to think that my own standard of right and wrong is the only one possible. Perhaps we should all look upon these matters very differently if our moral rules hadn't been made by persons who had forgotten the passion and the high spirits of youth. Do you think it's so very wicked if two young things surrender to the instincts that nature has planted in them?
Did the probable result never occur to you?
A baby? Well, it persuades me of Stella's essential innocence. Otherwise, she would have known how to avoid such an accident.
You must admit, at all events, that Maurice's death has come in the very nick of time to get her out of a very awkward predicament.
Nurse, what a cruel, what a heartless thing to say.
You must be very careful, Nurse. That sounds extremely like an accusation.
I wanted to accuse nobody. Oh, do me the justice to admit that I started by saying that I was not satisfied with the circumstances and thought there should be a post-mortem. That was my right and my duty. Isn't that so, Dr. Harvester?
I suppose it is.
You forced me to this. You asked me who could have a motive for murdering Maurice Tabret. In self-defense, I was obliged to tell you that his wife was going to have a child, of which he couldn't possibly be the father.
You talk of your duty, Miss Wayland. Are you sure that your motive for all this is anything more than your bitter hatred of me?
Why should I hate you? Believe me, I only despise you.
You hate me because you were in love with Maurice.
How dare you say that?
You gave it away. It had often seemed to me that you were fonder of Maurice than a nurse generally is of her patient, and I used to chaff him about it. It never struck me that it was serious till this morning. You were madly in love with Maurice.
And if I was, what of it?
Nothing, except that it's my turn to be shocked. I think it was rather horrible and disgusting.
Yes. Yes. I loved him. Because he was so helpless and so dependent on me. I loved him because he was like a child in my arms. I never showed him my love. I would sooner have died. And I was ashamed because sometimes I thought in spite of everything he saw it. But if he saw it, he understood and was sorry for me. He knew how bitter it is to long for the love of someone who has no love to give you. My love meant nothing to him. He had no room in his heart for any love but the love of you, and you had no use for it. You think you were so kind and considerate. If you'd loved him as I loved him, you'd have seen how less than nothing was all that you did for him. I could think of 100 ways to give him happiness, and you hadn't the love to think of one.
Miss Wayland, I'm sorry for what I said just now. It was stupid of me. I suppose there is something beautiful in love of whatever kind it is. Will you let me thank you for the love you gave my husband?
No. It's an impertinence to offer me your thanks.
I'm sorry you should think that. It's quite true that I didn't love Maurice, at least not with the love of a woman for a man. I often reproached myself because I couldn't. It seemed so ungrateful and so unkind. He was no more to me than a very dear friend for whom I was desperately sorry.
Do you think he wanted your pity?
I know he didn't, but pity was all I had to give him. Who was it said that pity was akin to love? There's all the world between them.
Yes, all the hideousness of sex.
And do you believe there was nothing of sex in your love for Maurice? It was because I felt that there was in it an abnormal, aborted sexuality that at the first moment it gave me a little shiver of repulsion.
No, my love for that poor boy was as pure and as spiritual as my love for God. There was never a shadow of self in it. My love was compassion and Christian charity. I never asked anything but to be allowed to serve and tend him. I never touched his lips till they were cold in death. And now I've lost everything that made life lovely to me. What was he to you? What was he to his mother? To me, he was my child, my friend, my lover, my God. And you killed him! That's a lie!
Come, Nurse Wayland. You have no right to say that.
It's true, and you know it.
I know nothing of the kind. I only know that you've worked yourself into a state in which you're saying all sorts of things for which you have no justification.
My dear, I could no more have killed Maurice than I could walk a tightrope. Doesn't it occur to you that there was nothing to prevent my leaving him? Who could have blamed me?
Oh, how could you have lived? You haven't a penny of your own. I've heard you tell Maurice 100 times that you had to mind your P's and Q's because he was your only means of livelihood.
I certainly shouldn't have repeated a feeble little joke so often. I suppose I could have worked.
You? Do you know what it means to work for one's living? Do you think one doesn't often feel tired and ill but goes on because it's one's job? Do you think one doesn't want to go and have fun like other girls? All your life you've been petted and pampered and spoiled and you were going to have a child. How could you have worked?
You're really going too far, Miss Wayland. We can't stand here and let you insult Stella.
There was Colin, you know, Miss Wayland. I don't think he would have left me in the lurch.
He certainly wouldn't.
And what would you have had to go through before he could marry you? Not only exposure to your husband, but the divorce court. It wouldn't have been a pretty case.
It would have been horrible.
Do you think his love would have stood the test? Are you sure he wouldn't have hated you for the disgrace you'd thrust upon him? Men are sensitive, you know, more sensitive than women, and they're afraid of scandal.
I may not be typical of my sex. I don't think I should like it either.
You don't have to tell me that. Why are you letting me stand here and talk? Unless you think you can persuade me or bribe me into holding my tongue. Why haven't these men who are your friends and who hate me thrown me out? Because they're afraid of me. They're afraid of scandal. They're afraid of publicity. Isn't that true?
Very probably.
And you're not only afraid of scandal, you're afraid of your neck.
No, that's not true.
You were in a hopeless situation. There was only one way out of your difficulties. You know as well as I know that your treachery, your cruelty would have broken your husband's heart. You couldn't face that. You preferred to kill him.
You've known me for 5 years, Nurse Wayland. I don't know how you can think me capable of such wickedness.
Your husband trusted and loved you. He was bedridden. He was defenseless. I know that if you'd had a spark of decent feeling, you couldn't have treated him as you did. If you were capable of being unfaithful to him, you were capable of killing him.
Are you not falling into rather a vulgar error, my dear? I know that when people talk of a good woman, they mean a chaste one, but isn't that a very narrow view of goodness? Chastity is a very excellent thing, but it's not the whole of virtue. There's kindness and courage and consideration for others. I'm not sure if there isn't also humour and common sense.
Are you defending her for having been untrue to your son?
I'm excusing her, Nurse Wayland. I know she gave Maurice all she could. The rest was not in her power.
Oh, I know how you look upon these things. Nothing matters very much. There's no guilt in sin and no merit in virtue.
May I tell you a little story about myself? When I was still a young woman with a husband and 2 children, I fell madly in love with a young officer who had charge of the police in my husband's district, and he fell madly in love with me.
Millie!
I'm an old woman now, and he's an elderly retired major. But in those days, we were all the world to one another. I didn't yield to my love on account of my boys. It nearly broke my heart. Now, you know, I'm very glad I didn't. One recovers from the pain of love. When I look at that funny old-fashioned Major now, I wonder why he ever excited in me such turbulent emotions. I could have told Colin and Stella that in 30 years it wouldn't matter much if they'd resisted their love. But people don't learn from the experience of others.
But you did resist.
Well, I think it was easier then, you know. For in that far distant time we attached more importance to chastity than we do now. Yes, I resisted. But because I know the anguish it was, I feel that I have the right to forgive those who are less virtuous or perhaps only more courageous than I.
Oh, my dear, you're so kind and so wise.
No, darling, I'm only so old.
Stella, Miss Wayland's accusation is very definite and must be met.
Her accusation is absurd.
Can you suggest anyone who had the slightest motive for wishing Maurice was dead?
No.
Now, I'm sure you want to help us to get at the truth. You must forgive me if I ask you some embarrassing questions.
Of course.
What did you propose to do when you discovered you were going to have a baby?
I was frightened. At first I couldn't believe it. I didn't know what to do.
Did you tell anyone?
No. I was trying to screw up courage to ask Dr. Harvester what I'd better do. I didn't mind for myself. It was Maurice I was thinking of.
You must have had some plan.
Oh, 100. I thought of nothing else, day and night.
I suppose you never thought of making a clean breast of it to Maurice?
No, never. It would have broken his heart. He would have forgiven me. He loved me so much. But I couldn't bear that he should lose that immense belief he had in me. It meant everything to him.
You appear to have been the last person who saw him alive. Why was he upset last night?
Oh, need I tell you? It was so very private.
No, of course not. I have no right to ask you anything. Only there's something very strange about the whole thing. And for your own sake, I think it would be better if you told us everything.
He broke down because he couldn't love me as he wanted to love me. He would have so liked to have a child.
And when you said good night to him, did he make no further reference to that?
No, none. He'd quite recovered. He was in perfectly good spirits again.
What did he say?
He just asked me if I felt better. And then he said, you'd better get off to bed. And I kissed him and said, good night, darling.
How long were you in his room?
5 minutes.
Did he say that he felt sleepy?
No.
I suppose you knew where the chlorolin was kept?
Vaguely. I knew that all his bottles and things were in the bathroom. He hated his bedroom to be littered about.
Did he ask you for anything before you went?
No. There was nothing he wanted. Nurse Wayland had fixed him up quite comfortably.
You don't understand. Major Leconda is giving you an opportunity of saying that your husband asked you for the chlorolin, and you, thinking no harm, gave it to him. You saw him take out 5 or 6 tablets, and then you replaced the bottle on the shelf.
I never thought of that. That would have been quite a good way out if I'd poisoned my husband. No, Major. Maurice never asked me for the chlorolin, and I never gave it to him.
May I ask a question now?
Certainly.
Why were you so upset when I came in this morning and told you I'd been into your husband's room?
When you said he was dead.
No, you didn't know he was dead then. You couldn't have known unless you had second sight.
Oh, I see what you mean now. I was angry with you for going into his room before he was called.
Are you sure you weren't afraid I'd gone into his room too soon? Supposing he'd been still alive and it had been possible to save him.
You've quite made up your mind that I murdered Maurice, haven't you?
I'm not the only one.
What makes you think that?
Why do you suppose the Major gave you that loophole by suggesting that your husband asked you to give him the tablets?
You've done what you thought your duty, Miss Wayland. Well and good. If now you have other things to do, I don't think we need take up any more of your time.
I'll go. There's nothing more for me to do here. I know you all hate me, and you think I've done what I've done from unworthy motives. I started packing my things this morning. I shall be ready in 10 minutes.
Well, you must take your time, nurse.
Mrs. Tabret, I couldn't go without thanking you for all your kindness to me during the 5 years I've lived here.
My dear, you were never any trouble. It was never difficult to be kind to you.
I'm dreadfully sorry to have to repay all you've done for me by bringing this confusion and unhappiness upon you. I know you must hate me. It seems frightful, but I do ask you to believe that I can't help myself.
Oh, before we part, my dear, I would like to say, God bless you for the kindness you showed my poor Maurice and for the unselfish love you bore him.
Oh, I'm so desperately unhappy.
My dear, you mustn't lose your admirable self-control.
Miss Wayland, I suppose you'll leave an address. Dr. Harvester will communicate with the proper authorities, and I've no doubt they will want to get in touch with you.
I shall go and see the coroner and put the facts before him. Would you like to come with me, nurse?
No.
If Mrs. Tabret doesn't mind, I'll ring up his place from here and find out if he's in.
Of course I don't mind. But before you do that, may I say something?
Of course.
I'll try to be brief. Nurse Wayland is mistaken in thinking that Stella was the last person who saw Maurice alive. I saw him and spoke to him later.
You?
But was he wide awake? If he'd taken 30 grains of chlorolin, he'd have been certainly very drowsy, if not comatose.
Wait a moment, Dr. Harvester. Let me tell you my story in my own way.
I beg your pardon.
You know that Maurice's room was just under mine. Well, his windows were always wide open, and when he couldn't sleep and put on his light, I could see the reflection from my window. Then I used to slip down and sit by him, and we'd put out the light and talk. He'd tell me of his great love for Stella and how anxious he was for her welfare and happiness. We'd talk of the mystery that surrounds the life of man, and often he would fall asleep and I stole softly away. We never mentioned these long conversations we had. I didn't want Stella to think that I was in any way taking her place.
My dear, I wouldn't have grudged you anything.
There was no need to. I couldn't sleep last night. There was no light in Maurice's room, but I felt strangely that he was lying awake too. So I went downstairs and into the garden and looked in at his window. He saw my shadow and he said, "Is that you, Mother? I thought you might come in."
What time was that?
I don't know, perhaps an hour after you'd left. He told me that he'd taken his sleeping draught, but it didn't seem to be having any effect. He said he felt awfully wide awake. And then he said, "Mother, be a sport and give me another. It can't hurt, just for once, and I do so want to have a decent sleep."
Yes, he was very nervy last night. I suppose his usual dose wasn't any good.
Very early after his accident, I had promised Maurice that if life became intolerable to him, I would give him the means of putting an end to it. And sometimes he would say to me, "Does the promise still hold?" And I answered, "Yes, dear, it holds."
Did he ask you last night?
No.
What happened then?
I knew that Stella's love meant everything to Maurice. And I knew that she had none to give him because she'd given all her love to Colin. What do we, any of us, live for but our illusions? And what can we ask of others but that they should allow us to keep them? It was an illusion that sustained poor Maurice in his sufferings, and if he lost it, he lost everything. Stella had done as much for him as even I, his mother, could ask of her. I was not so selfish as to demand from her the sacrifice of all that makes a woman's life worth living.
Why didn't you give me the chance?
Years ago, when for my son's sake I put aside the great love I bore to that funny old major standing there, I thought that no greater sacrifice could ever be asked of me. I know now it was nothing, for I loved Maurice. I adored him. I am so lonely now that he is dead. It was a lovely dream that he dreamed, and I loved him too much to let him ever awake from it. I gave him life, and I took life away from him.
Mrs. Tabret, it's impossible. How dreadful.
I went into the bathroom and I climbed on the chair and got the bottle of chlorolin. I took 5 tablets, as you know, Nurse Wayland, and I dissolved them in a glass of water. I took it into Maurice, and he drank it at a gulp. But it was bitter. He mentioned it, and I suppose that's why he left a little at the bottom of the glass. I sat by his bed, holding his hand, till he fell asleep. And when I withdrew my hand, I knew it was a sleep from which he would never awake. He dreamed his dream to the end.
Oh, Mother, what have you done? And what will be the end of this?
Oh, my dear, don't bother about me. What I did deliberately, and I am quite ready to put up with the consequences.
It's my fault. How can I ever forgive myself? What have I done?
You mustn't be silly and sentimental. You love Colin, and Colin loves you. You mustn't think about me, nor distress yourselves at what happens to me. You must go away, and in America you can marry and have your child, and you must forget the past and the dead, for you are young, and the young have a right to life, and the future belongs to them.
Mother, darling. Oh, Mother, you make me so ashamed.
My son, I love you too. I have your happiness very much at heart.
Millie. Oh, my dear, dear Millie.
Well, Nurse Wayland, you see you were quite right. Of course, I ought to have replaced the tablets by others, aspirin or chlorate of potash. But as you said just now, murderers often make mistakes, and I am not an habitual criminal.
Dr. Harvester, are you still willing to sign the death certificate?
Yes.
Then sign it. If there were ever any question, I'm prepared to swear that I left the tablets on Maurice's table by his bed.
Nurse Wayland.
Isn't it a dreadful risk that you're taking, Doctor?
I don't care.
Nurse, we're so grateful to you. So infinitely grateful.
Oh, Mrs. Tabret, I've been petty and revengeful. I never knew how mean I was.
Come, my dear. Don't let any of us get emotional. We are both of us lonely women now. Let us help one another. So long as you and I can keep our love for Maurice alive in our hearts, he is not entirely dead.
In The Sacred Flame by Somerset Maugham, adapted for radio by Peter Watts, you heard Sybil Thorndyke as Mrs. Tabret, Jill Balkan as Nurse Wayland, and Carlton Hobbs as Major Leconda. Dr. Harvester was played by Stephen Jack, Maurice by John Graham, Stella by Pat Pleasance, Colin by Dennis Gocher, and Alice by Joe Manning Wilson. The recorded production was by Graham Gould. This play will be repeated on Monday afternoon at 3:15 in the home service.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
If, by Rudyard Kipling, read for LibriVox.org by Phil Chenevert. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about don't deal in lies, or being hated don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken and stoop and build 'em up with worn-out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings, and never breathe a word about your loss, if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, If all men count with you, but none too much. If you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and, which is more, you'll be a man, my son. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hi there. Welcome to Chesterton Radio.
Where a thriving audience loves its radio shows.
Don't take our word for it.
Here's what listeners say about Chesterton Radio.
TV is so overrated. Chesterton Radio rules.
I feel my IQ going up by the minute.
I am enjoying these so much. I haven't turned on my TV in weeks.
Lying here on my sofa with my eyes closed, I can picture the whole story. I've seen the movie version. This was just as grand, if not more. I thought I'd doze off, but no.
I am hooked. Gotta listen to one story every night before bedtime.
I love this channel. It gets me through my workday.
I'm new to radio plays. Excellent story and played out wonderfully. Thank you for the hard work and love you put into bringing us these shows.
I found Chesterton Radio over a year ago. I'm forever thankful.
I love the Lord. This is a guiltless pleasure. I bet even He likes to listen to Chesterton Radio.
I love this channel. I've not watched TV in over 2 years.
I've never heard anything like this. Mind-blowing. Enjoy our shows? We need your help today. Keep Chesterton Radio afloat. For half of what you pay the cable guys, you can support Chesterton Radio. Go to chuckthetv.com for links to our pages on Patreon, Subscribestar, and Buy Me a Coffee. Or use the link in the description below this video. Thank you for your support. It means a great deal.